Oh shit. Isto não
What?
foi com o caralho. Vou-te mandar uma foto. Oh, temos 5 viewers, what the fuck?
Really? It's going down.
It's probably just us like opening and closing. Oh no.
No, no, no.
No,
It's
no, no, no. It's only two. It's only two now.
okay. Yeah. Um, I have to start showing something before. No, more viewers. 6 viewers
I'm gonna
right
just.
now.
No. Oh, yeah, it is showing 6.
Okay. So let's start by talking about today the thing that I would like to talk is like there are some games like Binding of Isaac and you are no strange to Binding of Isaac, right?
Yeah, the first one, yeah.
Yeah. This is the game mechanic of this game is so pure, but I never played it. Okay, I have seen you playing it. One question that I have to ask you is when you controlling the the character. Do you usually play with a game controller, right?
Yeah,
Okay, but do you have to use the both thumbsticks or
yeah, both analog sticks, yeah. So the left one
yeah, the
controls, like,
movement?
yeah, and then the right one is just the direction of the tiers,
Yeah, this is
which
really
is 4 directions.
oh, okay, okay. But you always it's the only weapon is the tears or
Well, yeah, the most basic weapon is the tiers, then you get upgrades along
okay.
the way.
So it's like a shump game, right?
Yeah,
It's shump shmup shmup shmup
shoot,
shoot 'em up
shoot 'em up, yeah,
shoot 'em
yeah.
up. Okay,
In a way, yeah,
yeah,
sort of. It's dungeon crawler slash.
yeah. Because the dungeon crawler part is because you are going
Yeah,
from
it's a
one room to another.
roguelike dungeon crawler. Shoot 'em up. I
Yeah,
get what you mean with shoot 'em up, but usually shoot 'em ups are 2D left to right.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But it's yeah, variation of it.
Right now, can you see on the screen what can you see on the screen just to see if the delay
I
is
can see just shmup images.
okay? I will change to dungeon crawlers. Dungeon crawler.
Okay. Nope, still not. No. Uh, now you're typing
Oh,
dungeon crawler.
okay, okay. Less delay. It's a little bit less delay, but not too much. Yeah, the bitrate is the same, so I don't know if it done anything for the stream. But basically, yeah, it's like a mixture of shoot 'em up, but with dungeon crawler because or rogue,
Like, yeah.
yeah, rogue like game. But that because you have permadeath, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Does the I know this is are like basic questions about the game because I follow the game mostly on streamers, so I don't know some of the concepts of the game because I didn't play it. But when you start the game, all the rooms are placed randomly, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But they don't change while you are playing that instance of the game, right?
They
So
don't change,
so
as in.
if you go to north the north room,
Yeah.
or if you go then after that if you go back to south and go to south and then you go north again, do you
Yeah, the
still
rooms are all the same.
oh okay, but if you die and you start over the game, it's all different.
All new, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool because do you have the a save option?
No.
No, because it would beat the purpose of permadeath. So
Yeah, no. If you stop it, if you close it, it'll just reset it,
yeah, this
no
is.
matter how far in you are.
Mhm. But you have some things that you gain through the game. Um, because you can unlock certain things outside
Oh
of the
yeah,
game, right? So if you start, I'm seeing like different
yeah. There are different
players.
characters and stuff. You can. There are achievements and everything.
Okay, but the
Uh,
achievements doesn't change the game mechanic, right?
no, but some achievements will give you. Um, I guess the only thing you can really win is more characters to play.
But they
I don't
have
think there's a game mode.
but are these new characters have different status?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay, okay, okay. So you have a huge replayability of the game.
yeah. And there's loads of different ways to finish it and whatever.
Yeah, that's really cool. And one thing that well, Binding of Isaac is not a new game by any means. I don't know the year of the release.
Probably like 2011 or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, 2011.
yeah. Well, you know your games. so so the this concept of randomness is one of the things that I really like on games, and not as random, more like procedural. Do you know about procedural generation?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. What what do you associate procedural generation? The first game that comes to your mind?
Minecraft.
Yeah, okay, nice example. But you
Mm.
have other ones, games like
Age of Empires, is that procedural?
no. Age of
No.
Empires. Every map. Oh no! If you start on a random map,
Yeah.
it's procedural generated. Because I was thinking about Civilization, but even Civilization, the map is procedural. But do you know? But procedural, this is strange because when we talk about procedural generation, we usually are talking about some kind of randomness. But in fact, it's not as random as people think, because even if I let me show you something.
Like
Um,
it can't be random because it has to be set within the bounds of,
yeah,
like in Minecraft, for example, there's biomes and there's certain
yeah,
mobs that spawn in those biomes.
exactly. So you have these biomes, or this even the transition between water, sand and dirt. It's a rule. So,
Mm.
but how can you make something that is so natural looking? Okay, it's blocky, but it's natural. You have mountains, you have valleys, you have
Yeah,
s-
no, that's right. Beaches. That's right.
beaches. Okay. Um, this is because the random algorithm that you are using, it's not random. What they use is I don't know if they use this specific algorithm or a different one, which is called Perlin noise. Perlin noise, and Perlin noise is something that you have seen it in a lot of places. If you see my screen, you will get this.
Yeah.
So it's like a when you start messing with Photoshop, and when I started messing with Photoshop, one of the things that they had was a filter to make clouds. And how they make clouds is with Perlim noise algorithm. So it make these kinds of smudges on the screen.
So is that like the spray thing on
No, no,
MS
no.
Paint.
In this case, no, because the spray thing is random placement of pixels on a specific area that you click. Okay,
Okay.
this is different. This is like rendering. Imagine that you want a cloud background. You go to this filter and you choose generate clouds, and you mess with some settings, and after that you will render the Photoshop will render this image. So it's
Okay.
not manual. It's not like you are putting the pixels directly on the place that you want. This is a render of an image. But this algorithm has some nice side effects. Is that if you handle the value between 0, like saying 0 is black and 1 being white, you can change the based on these values. You can consider this like a height map. So, do you know what a height map is?
I think so.
Okay, this is a height map, and you will see that it's a little bit similar what I was showing you with the Perlim noise. So a height map is nothing more than a texture or an image that you can apply to another image to give a
Oh,
sense of depth.
okay.
So, and if you see these images that I'm showing regarding the height maps, some of them are really close to the Perlim noise images,
Mm-hmm.
because in the end a height map is represented by images only with two colors, black or only with one bit of value per pixel. So you only have 0 or 1. Well, not only, because you have all the range from 0 to 1. So yeah, that's not correct what I what I said. It's only black and white. So the Perlim noise generates these clouds, and if you consider these clouds to be a height map, you get something. You can like put some color just to make a representation of the height, and you will get something like um, uh, those weather maps that you see.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, weather charts. I don't know
Don't know.
the name. So, and if you consider that 0.5, this is just a thought. Not that it's the way that is done, but if you consider that half of this transition between 0 and 1, like 0.5 um, on the white value, and if you consider that this is your water line, you know that below that you will paint the world blue, the pixels blue, and above that you'll paint like a little bit yellow, then higher a little bit green, and higher a little bit white. So you have this 2D representation of a Perlim noise image, but it will look like something more like a map, a mini map, for instance. So, if you want to generate a world, a procedural generated world, you'll get something like this. But if you get this information about the height, you can even put, in the case of Minecraft, put the cubes above or below the water line. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is one image about the Perlim noise in 3D, so that you can see the one possible result for this. But in the end, this is not random. It because this algorithm does not produce uh, only random things. They produce random with a set of rules. And in this case, the Perlim noise, I think that Perlim noise was used initially to have it was to be used as a randomness algorithm, giving you a set of inputs, but in the end is used by a lot of things. And in this case, procedural generated terrains. Um, can you see the map?
Uh, yeah, I think so. Are you talking about
The
the
purple.
mountain thing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So this is one of the steps that you could do to make a procedural generated terrain, but you already know that there is a problem with this. Is that we are only checking in 2 dimensions and converting it with a height map. So all those caves and floating islands, they will not appear if you only use a prelim noise or a 2D prelim noise, right?
Yeah.
Because if you represent each pixel x and a y position, and if you pick the height as the intensity of white, you'll get 3D, but you'll not get holes or separated elements vertically. So you have something like this, which is really strange, which is the Perlim Noise 3D, and this is like a beast to represent. And there is some examples. This one is nice. You have these blobs or these clusters of things in space, and how can you come from this Perlim noise algorithm or this Perlim noise representation to make a map? It's a whole different story. When Notch started making the terrain generator, I don't know if I have the video. Notch first Minecraft video. I think. No, no. Probably in images. No, 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 no. All bullshit. No, 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 no. Okay. Nothing. Nothing that is popping is the first thing. Oh no, no. It is. It is. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Can you see the image that I'm showing?
Um,
It's so
the green. Yeah. Yeah.
mm, so this is one of the first representations of the the world of Minecraft, and it's funny because you see right now you already see that there is a rule that defines that you don't generate infinitely to the top, which is, you remember Minecraft had a hard limitation of height, and some years after it duplicated this cap, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have these rules, and you change the output of the Perlim noise algorithm, and the Perlim noise algorithm is nothing really strange. You can check the implementation even on Wikipedia. I will not be. I will not deep. I will not deep dive on this because there is a lot of things on the internet. But this is cool because in the end you can do use Perlim noise to do something like. Let me show you Perlim noise dungeon generator. Even with the same algorithm, you can do stuff like this. Because sorry, if you ignore the necessity to have more than one block or not on the height value, you can get caves on two-dimensional caves.
Okay.
And they, because of the algorithm, they will have connections between them, so it not this is not the same as saying that this is a labyrinth. I'm saying right?
Well, yeah, labyrinth.
Labyrinth. Thank you. This is not the same as saying this is a labyrinth, but
Well,
uh,
no, because it might happen that you have like whole clusters that are completely cut off
yeah,
from other bits, right?
exactly.
'Cause it's
But
randomly, not randomly, but
yeah,
in
okay.
inverted
So
commas,
that's
randomly.
the
Yeah.
thing. You said that phrase, and this is in fact this is random in a no in a computer notion because
Yeah. Well, in computing, well, yeah, in computing and anything related to maths, nothing can be random. Like there's nothing random. There is always a set of boundaries, right?
mm-hmm,
You can't
exactly.
make anything random. Just like there was a thing a couple of years ago with Apple's with their iTunes. You know, when you click shuffle, the random like play
Yeah,
random.
yeah.
It was too random, and so that actually made it so it was less random, so that it wouldn't play the same song so many times because it would happen because it was closer to random than it is now. So random is just a relative term.
But tell me more about that. Isn't was the when you press random it played the same music again,
Yeah,
or
it
it
had the possibility of giving you the same song,
yeah.
and they took that away.
That's very common. One thing that people don't know usually because when they don't have a lot of experience with computers is even developers is that they don't grasp the notion that when you produce randomness on your PC in a specific with a specific condition, you are going to get the same value again. So how can I show? I can show you this. I think I will open Godot, the that framework that I was talking about the other day. Let me create. Let me create a new project to show you something really cool. I'll create a test folder just so that I can show you something because people I saw some posts on the internet. People were a little bit frustrated with a functionality or a misfunctionality or a bug on Godot, and it's not a bug. So I'll create a new node. This is just a representation of a object, like a game object on Unity, and I will associate a script. And in this script, test. Okay, I will change. I will give test to everything. The test name. Okay, and I will try to do. I will print something to the screen, like hello world, which is always the first thing that you want to learn to do. And if I play the game, I can see the hello world string on the output window. Can you see it?
Not yet. In a second.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So what I will do now is I will use, and I'm not very experienced with GD script, which is a scripting language based on Python, but it's not Python, so yeah, I don't know how to do some things. But I will create a new variable, random number, random num, and I will give it a random range, or yeah, a random range between 0 and 10, okay? And then I will print the random number. I will play it the first time, and it gives me the 7.255, etc. But the funny thing is, when I close my application, my game, and if I play it again, the random number is the same.
Yeah.
Okay, I will make a new test. I haven't tested it before, but if it works, I will close the Godot editor. I will open it again to see if this makes sense. Because I have two propositions for this. And if this happens again, okay, okay. So, do you know that in PC, and I will say a word and you will get it, like, because you played Minecraft, you'll get the word as fast as you can, because it's really easy for you to grasp this notion. Do you know that when you make something random in a computer, you have to give it first a seed?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense,
I
right?
didn't actually know what a seed is. Yes,
You
I
know
didn't
what
know
a
you.
seed?
Yeah.
Okay. So, just to define it more properly, when you create something, when you have a random algorithm, and an algorithm is not random, it's an expression. Okay, it's an expression that returns a value, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what usually a computer program do is, when you start a program, you will get a random seed. So it's like your operative system generates a random seed from time to time, and if you after that open a program and do something random, you'll get a random number. Okay.
Yeah.
In this case, Godot doesn't do this, and this is not as bad as some people think it is, because but to make another test, I will do another print. I don't know if I have a print line or something. I don't know if I print again, it's going to create a new line. Let me test. Hmm. Okay, I have to set up the default project, default scene. Okay, okay, it's a new line. Nice. Let me just try to call again the random range property method, and to see what it's going to produce a new one. So you will see that I have the 7.25 and the 1.19 value. If I then stop the program, the game, and play it again, you'll see that even if I call the random function again, it's going to produce the same value. So what I can assume is that Godot or my project, it has always the same seed for random, even if I close it, which is not usually, it's not what you expect while creating a program, but for debug purpose it's very nice, because imagine that you are creating a random generated world, and you start the game, you produce a lot of randoms and prelim noises and etc. And you find a bug. If you stop it and run it again, you'll lose the seed. You know, you can
Mm-hmm.
always save it on in some place and try to read it again, or at the start of your program you can like force a seed, but sometimes you get these issues. So it's good that you have it. I think it's good that you have the repetition, the same seed for you to debug, but in the real world you don't want this. So there is a method that it's called randomize, and if you press it, it's going to randomize your seed. So after this, every time that I close my application, I will get different value. I think this is nice. I think this is a way of explaining not explaining randomness, but explaining why some frameworks or some game engines doesn't they don't implement random as other normal per se programs. So I was showing you these Berlin caves, but yeah, I'm a little bit dumb because if I go to my YouTube channel, there is a video where I show. Let me see which one. And this is probably I don't know if it's the 10th video. This sound. No, not this one. Okay, I think it's this one that I show some random uh, placement. Yeah. So you don't want to use a Perlim noise just to place or not place a block or an element. Probably want to do some kind of placement of types of dirt or types of dirt or types of stone, and in this case you probably could use something else than Berlin noise to make this. But in this video, I think I was doing like some randomness only to give this feeling of being on a cave, but it was not well accomplished. And I think it's this one, the number 12. No, number 12. Come on. It's. Do you know why some videos, when you move your mouse on the, I don't know the name, the playing bar, why some show thumbnails of the video and other ones doesn't show?
Um, I think that was a feature that you can turn on or off when you in like the video manager thing.
Hmm.
I think so because imagine videos with jump scares or videos
Hmm.
with spoilers or something. You wouldn't want because that's what most people do. They just go right to the end and see the little thumbnail.
Oh, okay.
So I think you can turn it off and on depending on whether you want it or not. Why don't you have ad block?
Because we were
Oh
talking
right, yeah.
about, yeah, but I can talk
Yesterday.
about it because there are two motives. The first one is, yeah, how can we expect to get something that we do without getting paid directly? This is
Mm-hmm.
one of the. But no, my pet peeve is more about the ad blocks blocking the analytics. This is
Oh,
for me. This is bad.
you can turn that off though. You
What?
can
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
can disable that.
yeah. In the end, while I'm showing my own videos, I don't think that would be bad to have ad block because it's a
Yeah.
pain to show something. But well, I'm not getting the video that I do the procedural generated map, I think, which is a pity. But yeah, this you can use Perlim noise to draw your caves, and after that you'll get like a matrix of if you should put something or not on the screen, and then you can go with throw your matrix on a randomness another randomness algorithm to place like wood or like I don't know torches or something like that to make this more vivid. One game that does a lot of procedural too is Terraria. It's all
I've
procedural.
never played it, but I know. I didn't know it was procedural even.
No?
No.
So I will show you Terraria, Terraria procedural generation. And I'm not rambling. I'm talking about this because I'm going to show you something that I think it's. I will show you a game that does this in a really different way. So we have some screenshots of Terraria, and you have natural occurring caves, but Terraria has a major advantage regarding the procedural. A major advantage and a major disadvantage. This is the right
Is it
word?
because it's 2D?
Yeah. So you have disadvantage because 2D the algorithm doesn't need to be as complex, but at
Yeah.
the same time the world of Terraria is not as blocky as Minecraft. It has a lot more detail. I know that. Sorry, I know that this is not consensual. Is that the word?
What do you mean?
Not everybody thinks that Terraria has more detail than Minecraft
Oh,
because
it's
of
not.
the because of the art.
There's no consensus.
Yeah,
It's not. Yeah.
yeah. There's no consensus about this, but I have some points. I have some points to make regarding this. If I show you, uh, I will show you this random guy screenshot of a game looking like Terraria. If you saw this image, you'll automatically think about two things. First one, this looks alike like Terraria, and second thing, this have some Minecraft feel to it, and this is because there is no difference between the tiles of the wood or of the leaves of or the ground. It's always the same. You have some grass or something that is a little bit different, but there is no transition. There is no change. There is no randomness. It's like really really blocky. And
Hmm.
you can argue that if I show you this image or this one of Terraria, you can argue that yeah, it's a lot blocky. It's very blocky game because you can see that there are specific blocks of elements that are the same, but if you look really closely, you'll see that there is a little bit randomness on a lot of parts of the screen. Even if you look at the stones on the house, there is some parts that the pixel is not in the same position. And this is only possible because first in Minecraft, historically in Minecraft, before you got the biomes, the grass was always the same tone of green, the dirt was always the same tone of dirt, and I think dirt is the same. Okay, even we can ignore for now the if you have light or not, because I'm just saying talking about the texture. Okay, and in Terraria, they made it like there is a lot of variation to accomplish something more natural. What there is a lot of arguments is because Terraria is a pixel art game with low resolution, and that's why people have this discussion between the detail. Because in Minecraft you have pixel art textures, not pixel art game. Not a pixel art world, because if you have like a lot of GPU power and CPU power, and you can render a world of Minecraft with I don't know the setting to see far the f- the chunks loaded.
Mhm.
You can see a lot of detail. So this is why there is this argument between these two games. But if you start to understand that this is the dirt and the rocks are generated procedurally, you can start to think about the similarities between these two games, which is procedural generation. But procedural generation by itself doesn't, even if you control your variables, because depending on the algorithm that you are going to use, you have more inputs in some algorithms than others. I think Perlim Noise has like three or four arguments that you can mess with it. But in the end, randomness is our world, even if if it looks a little bit random with a little bit of um, specific rules that determine a visual representation, it's not enough to represent reality. Or, in some cases, randomness only because it's random, it's not fun. Okay, make sense?
Yeah.
So there is one game that takes things a little bit different, which is I put the classic version of this game. I'm going to show the classic version because it's pixel art, and it's just because I like the old version visually. But yeah, Spelunky is, you played Spelunky?
Yeah.
Okay, a lot. How many hours
Mm,
do you have of on?
no, I didn't play this one. I didn't play the classic one.
No, no, I'm saying about talking about the normal Spelunky.
Uh, probably just like 4 hours or something. I played
Okay,
it with a friend, multiplayer,
yeah.
on
I
the PS4.
I never played this game. Never played it. I followed the development. It is a neat game. Not my kind of game. I don't know if it's my kind of game or not, but probably it's not my kind of game. But I read. I no, I saw a video some weeks ago talking about the randomness on Spelunky, and if you play, you know that Spelunky is procedural generated too.
No, I didn't know.
Okay, so when we talk about procedural generation, one thing that comes to our mind is how can you create rules that even with procedural generation you can still achieve a set of goals on a level, right? And Spelunky has these kinds of things. You need to bring the princess and go to another room and do a lot of things. So and you don't have all the weapons or all the items in the beginning to blow things up. So you need to have a open path, right?
Yeah.
So, but in the end, Spelunky has a feeling like there are things that they don't look random because the creator of Spelunky did something really really cool, which is there is a mixture between um, procedural generated and preset of the layout of the level of a level. Oh, even in the classic version, yeah, even in the classic version. Can you see the image that I'm showing about the path?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a rule And I've seen so many players playing this game because of speedruns and all of that stuff, and I never saw the well, probably speedruns are not the best way of seeing how a game works, because there's a lot of glitch hunting, and
Yeah,
yeah, but
just
and
try and
it's
do it as fast as possible.
sorry.
Just obviously to try and do it as fast as possible. You're not
Yeah,
gonna get to see most of the game.
exactly. And if you were a speedrunner, this graph, this infograph or this image would be like very precious for you if you didn't play Spelunky for many hours, because there is always one rule, which is you start in the top left corner of the level and you end on. I know that you can go to other places and all that stuff, but the major rule is you start on the up left corner and you end on the on the right button, or bottom right corner, right?
Hmm.
So how can you produce something random that gives you the possibility of going from one corner to another? You place all these blocks, so you divide your world in a 4 by 4 grid, and then you start from the zero block, or the zero part, and you search for another block, and then you do some random on the other, and then you go to another one. So you are making a path and creating all the randomness around it. Okay, and even the paths, it's he created like a lot of templates for a room, and then some elements like the placement of an item, or an enemy. It's random, but it's not like super random that you could see like 20 enemies in the same spot. It's random with a lot of constraints. In the end, you can play Spelunky for as much as you want, and you'll see always something new, because it's procedural generated, but it has rules which doesn't make the world a little I don't know, blend, no,
Yeah, blind.
yeah.
Uh,
So, but even on games that are like major games about procedural, like Minecraft, you have some things that are not procedural. Do you know one example inside Minecraft?
that isn't procedurally generated.
Yeah,
Um, well, you have the temples and stuff and the
exactly,
villages.
exactly. The villages and the temples, they are structures that are already predefined on a set of them. It's not always the same village. The placement, the placement of the village is it is in fact procedural. You will have like on your map. When you generate the map, there is one step that you do the generation of the terrain, and then you get a mark that says this is going to this is going to be a village. And after this, there is a lot of process doing non-procedural stuff, like choose one village from this set of villages and place on this position on the world. So that's not procedural. In fact, if it was procedural, it would be like really, really, really difficult to have um, a village layout. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like there is one guy. I don't know the name of this guy, but procedural. Let me see. Procedural city generation. This is like really, really cool. I can show you that even with even more complex structures can be created, like generating a procedural city. I don't know. I think there are some games that do these kinds of things, and but right now I don't know, because this is not only placing uh, trees or placing rocks. We are talking about a set of rules that define what a city is. So in fact, you could try to create temples and villages in a procedural way, but you would lose a lot of things like the knowledge that you have to put some doors on the village, or that there is a trap on this a possibility of having a trap on a specific place. So sometimes you have to lose the procedural part of things and do something manually to give it more a sense of not reality, but a sense of comfort, knowledge of what you are seeing, right?
Yeah.
One thing that it was really strange for some players on Minecraft was the concept of floating island. So how can you have floating islands? It's not possible, right? How can you have this concept of floating blocks? And you know why this happens. This is because you have a fixed grid. There is no there is little number of blocks that can be affected by physics, like sand and well, water is a strange block.
And gravel as well.
Oh yeah, gravel, right. So, but uh, in the beginning you could have floating islands of sand, because when it was generated the map, they didn't consider in that time that the sand would have any information regarding the falling when you are generating the map, because it's before the physics processing. So that's why you had that glitch, that you had a floating sand island, and then you touch the sand and everything crumbles, which is pretty cool, but it's not very real. So these kinds of not glitches, but these kinds of misplacements of elements in a procedural world can be like really cool. It can be so cool that there was some years ago the dream of having a floating islands biome, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like this, because yeah, if the world generate this, why can't we have floating islands biome? But in fact, if I show you these floating islands or overhangs, you can see that this is very similar to the Perlim Noise 3D that I showed you before.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is.
That's why you see this. It is really hard to how can I say, to adjust the parameters to make something look look real. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. But yeah, procedural with a touch of manual can be like really nice for your game. And you have
Cool.
you have procedural as far we could discuss like dungeons or dungeon generated like we saw uh, a while ago. The dungeon generator can be a Perlin noise algorithm or another one. Like there are specific algorithms for making mazes. Mazes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better than to say labyrinth, right? I don't know
Yeah.
if
Maze. Yeah.
I don't know if there is a difference between these two words, but
Yeah. We'll look it up. I don't think there is. It's just that maize comes from the maize fields, like the cornfields,
yeah, yeah.
and labyrinth is probably different.
S- So there is a lot of games that have dungeon generated in a procedural way, and one of these games, a little game that made that had the 20th anniversary this year. You know which game I'm talking about?
20 years. That would have meant it would have been come out in '96.
Yeah.
Is it
90, it was 97 because it was in the begin. It was the first day of the year, I think. Oh, I think it was January 1st.
what dungeons? Is it the 3D one
No, it's
where you,
2D. It's like one of the most famous games ever for the RPG friends.
oh, we just got the answer in chat, I think. Is it
No,
Rogue?
20 years? No, no. This game that
Fuck.
I'm talking about is.
No, don't say it. Wait.
Okay, you are going to see it on the screen. So,
1997
come on.
procedural generation
Yeah, you will not get by procedural generation. So, you are not
dungeon.
seeing the screen, so. Morning. Sorry. Mornington
Who
Crescent.
published it?
Oh, I will not say it because if I say the name, you'll get like it doesn't have any fun to do this. I can say to you that this game is one of the biggest games in RPG and hack and slash ever, even for today standards.
T7.
Come on, come on, come on.
Mm.
Okay, let
Is
me.
it Diablo?
Yeah, Diablo. Diablo
Jesus.
has procedural generation.
Does? Oh yeah, of
Yeah.
course it does. Of course it does. Yeah.
Procedural generation. But Rogue was close because I think Rogue it's older than Diablo and it's procedural generated too. The thing with the Diablo again is that what you sometimes we forget that it's procedural generated some parts because there are some parts that never change, right? There are some
Yeah.
parts that are always constructed in the same way because of the things that we were talking about before. You want to have a sense of knowing, a sense of familiarity with the game. If imagine if you every time you start a new save of Diablo and the village was like completely different,
Yeah, of course.
it would be so strange. You know that feeling about Minecraft. We are talking about Minecraft, and right now probably I haven't played Minecraft in like 2 months in my Xbox, so it's not even Minecraft for real. And you haven't played Minecraft for how long?
Probably like playing it like we used to, like properly, about a year and a half.
So we sometimes forget the first feeling that we have when we start a new save is that okay, I need to have to make a house or make um, a hole on the ground to survive and all like that. But you always have this fear that you're going to get lost, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you play on Minecraft, not being in hardcore, this
Yeah.
fear is not as much, but it's always present because you are not familiar with the world. but these kinds of randomness, it was very good for Minecraft because it's open world. So this sense of not knowing what you are going to do next, or if you are close to a rift or something like that, it gives a character to the game, right?
Yeah.
um, this is good for Minecraft, but for a game that you are always in a closed quarters, closed, is am I saying it right? In a closed space. If you are in a closed space like Diablo, because
Yeah.
Diablo is a game of dungeons, even if it's open dungeons, it's always dungeons. Uh, it's not as good as having. It would not be good to have a closed, completely random starting point.
Yeah,
Money,
that's what I thought. Uh,
yeah, yeah,
Brian Crescent, he's no what
yeah,
he's saying about the overworld is always the same. I
yeah,
know
yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't play any of the other Diablos very much, but I know Diablo
Mm.
3 is like that. So
Mornington, I was forgetting about the difference between overworld and dungeons, but bear in mind that even the misplacement or the change on directions to go on the overworld, if you go like Diablo 2, you are on a village in a specific save. If you go north, you're going to go to a specific region, but in another save, that specific region is on the south side. So even this major placement of like Binding of Isaac, okay, but in a different scale. You go in a different direction from what you got on a different save. This is so cool because you've played Diablo 3, right? So in
yeah,
Diablo 3 is exactly the same thing. You have a region that is always present, right? Always in the same thing in the same place, but
yeah.
the way that you connect between them, it's procedural, right?
No, it's no.
No.
In Diablo 3, the thing, the place that's connected to the
No,
village
no, no. Okay,
and
okay.
the
No, yeah, yeah.
village
I
is all
understand.
the same. Route, yeah.
The route to the city or to the place is the same. Okay, that I understand. But the path is completely different, right?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
Mm, let me see. No, now I'm very curious.
Because I don't. Because I mean, I can speak about Diablo 3. I have no idea in terms of Diablo 2 and 1. Never played it properly.
Is Mornington Crescent still on the chat? He could
Don't
help
know.
us. Let me see.
I don't think. I think, like you said, the dungeons, they're all procedurally. Like, they change every single time in between levels. Um,
Ah.
except for some. There are some set dungeons.
Oh,
But the
okay.
world. The
If
whole of the world, I think, is.
oh, okay, okay. So even okay. So even on the same save, you get random dungeons.
Yes. When
Oh,
you redo missions,
okay,
you
okay,
get
okay.
different dungeons.
So this is really really interesting because um, we are seeing two sets of procedural generation. One beforehand when you start the game, which is going to define, because I know this for sure because I've played like Diablo. I know this better in Diablo 2 because I played it like many many months of game time when I was young. In Diablo 2, if you start if you start the game, the entrances are going to change. So if you see your minimap, it's going to be different, and it's going to be always present through the save. I didn't. I forgot about the specific dungeon, but it makes perfect sense that we have these two kinds of procedural. But I know for sure that if you are on the same save, the path to a city or to a village is always the same, or the position on the entrances are always the same, which is really cool, because one thing that messed a lot with my young mind when I played Diablo 2 was I've played the Diablo 2 alone and with friends, co-op. Co-op? No, it's multiplayer with Battle.net.
Yeah.
And one thing that messed with my mind, the first time that I played like for weeks on my save. I finished the game. I was like very impressed with the story and with the graphics. Diablo 2, okay. Diablo 1 I played after. I'm old, but not as old as a lot of guys that played Diablo. Um, and yeah, exactly, Mornington. We were discussing about this about the seeds, the notion of randomness, and the randomness creating procedural generation is based on randomness that is not in fact random. Um,
By the way, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm gonna have to go in 5 minutes.
okay, okay.
Okay.
Um, so to sum it up, this was really strange for me when I was talking with some friends. Um, we were talking, oh yeah, you go, I don't know where to find this thing or that thing. Yeah, I found on the north side of the village, and my friend on the other, while talking on the phone, was saying, no, it's not on the north part, it's on the south part. And I didn't knew at that time what was procedural generation. I didn't knew that the game was different from one save to another. It was like really really strange. And
Hmm.
at that time, the Diablo 2 expansion, I don't remember the name. The Diablo 2 expansion had come out. Diablo 2 expansion, which is the
And even though Diablo
name?
2 had expansions.
Oh yeah, Lord of the Destruction.
Oh, right. Okay.
LOD. Yeah. Um, and I was like, "Oh, you probably have the expansion," and he was saying, "No, no, I don't have." Well, when we joined together to play, we found out that again a new save, a new world, a new direction, and that's why this is so absurd and so I don't know. This is strange for me to say, but I lost a lot of hours searching things on the internet about Diablo 2, like where to find this or where to find that, and at that time, and we the bye Mornington. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. And I was like, I lost so many hours searching for something on internet when it's random. This is stupid. And then I found out that yeah, I lost a lot of hours with this, but at that time you had like hundreds of walkthroughs of Diablo
Yeah.
2, but walkthroughs like not saying, oh, you get this on a specific village. No, you get walkthroughs like go north, go left, which doesn't make any sense because it's random.
Yeah.
So that's my experience firsthand with procedural generation, and not knowing procedural generation and these kinds of messed up things that you expect to have a memory of something on a game, and with procedural you don't get this. Okay, so let me see if there is anyone else online, but probably not.
What do you mean?
Oh, we have some
Get on Discord.
we have some viewers.
Yeah.
If there is
But I gotta go,
someone,
so.
if there is someone willing to talk a little bit about procedural generation, say something on chat, brother. You have to go, so
Mm-hmm.
go. And
Oh,
are you coming back even today or?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
just going out for dinner and then bowling, but we'll probably be back
Okay.
not too late.
Okay. Okay.
So
Okay.
if I am back, then I'll text you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much again for
You're welcome.
talking.
I like hearing you rant. It's I learned loads of new things, so it's nice.
I only try to share something that probably doesn't make
Yeah,
it.
we started with like what did we start with? Like Binding of Isaac,
Yeah, yeah,
and we're still sort of in the same. We didn't deviate too much from the topic, which was just random generation,
yeah.
procedural
Procedural generation. Yeah,
generation.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's a theme that we can talk like for hours because I know a lot of things, but it's just I don't know. It's just for fun. I know I like to know these things and to learn about this. Well, go.
yeah.
Don't
All right.
be stuck with me.
Okay. All right. See you.
See ya. Thank you. Okay. So what are we going to leave the call? So if anyone wants to talk about procedural generation, probably I should change the title to of the stream to talking about procedural generation. This is just me rambling about procedural generation in games and older games probably because I'm an old guy, not very old, but some years has passed in my life, and I would like to see what is the current status of procedural generation, and in the same time to see what we learn from the past and what we can do to improve the randomness on a game without losing the gameplay part of things. Probably I will just make a quick stop, but feel free if anyone wants to talk a little bit. We can talk in Discord to make this easier for me because I'm not used to talk in English. I'm a little bit self-conscious about it, but I only want to share my knowledge and to learn from others. I still I will do to some pixel art because I'm learning pixel art. But yeah, it's always related with game dev. Let me see if I can see something about procedural generation 2D. This is there is a lot of nice articles. I like to search images first to see if the result is what I'm looking for. Like I'm very interested in top-down games. It's a little bit old school, but I like the feeling, and I'm not as interested in like Terraria world generation. Sorry, but more like this one. Let's see what this guy is talking about. Okay, I will jump a lot between screens. Okay, guys. Let me just make a quick stop, and I'll be right back. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Can you hear me? Let me see. Guys, I know that it's very usual to lurk on Twitch, but if somebody is there and can hear me, drop drop a word on the chat just to know if I'm being heard, just to see if I'm talking. I can autoplay this. Let me see on the chat. Just yeah, okay, nice. Okay, so what I will do next? Probably I cannot eat while doing a stream because probably you will hear me munching, I think. If I'm not, if I don't pay attention, I will turn this channel in a ASMR channel, ASMR game dev. Yeah, yeah, and not trying to do that. So sorry, but I need to eat something. Wait, okay. So before we were talking about procedural generation and randomness versus uh, predefined content. One thing that is really close with this topic is tiling. Well, probably talking about procedural generation and tiling. Tiling is one L. I don't know. Sorry about my English speaking and writing. Yeah, but it's two L's. Okay, I was not doing it wrong. So okay, and auto tiling. So one thing that for me is it's really important in a 2D game is the tile set that you are going to use. So let me show you something. 2D tile sets. Back in the days when I started learning game dev, um, we we didn't have a lot of open source or free free to use tile sets. Probably you'd find tile sets from games that you could not use it. You could not use. And by the way, don't use art that is not meant to be shared or to be used by others, because you will get, not because it's wrong, of course it's wrong and you should not do it because it's wrong, but mainly because if you use art from others, you will get, even and this is really strange, even if it's free, you'll get attached to that art style. I'm saying this, of course, in the point of view of a developer that doesn't have a lot of experience drawing, or doesn't have patience to draw in pixel art. You will get attached to that tile set, and in the near future, if you need more tiles, you'll probably get another set of tiles that probably are not in the same style, but even so, you could get attached to it again, and in the end you could get a complex tile set that is like dissonant between styles. And if you need to change to a different tile set, some things can go wrong, like the feeling, the mood of your game can change a lot. And the other issue is that when you use even a free tile set, or a paid tile set that is like not handmade for you or for your specific game. You could get something like what happened some years ago with Quest of Dungeons. Let me show you something. Quest of Dungeons. It's a game, a 2D game, a rogue-like game made by a Portuguese developer, and this game has a very clean visuals, pixel art, really nice graphics. But the characters of the game. Let me see if I can get the specific topic. These pixel art guys. Let me see. They were bought by the developer to an artist, but the same artist sold to other developers, which is fine. It's fine. It's you when you pay for it, knowing that is not a specific work for your game. You know that this can happen. I'm rambling a little bit about this, but I would like to show you. Let me see, Quest of Dungeon. Copy, copied style to see the specific post that I saw. Well, probably not, but in the end, if you buy some graphics, you could get a game with similar or even equal characters on both games, and this can be really strange for a gamer, because today gamers they associate games with the characters today, and this is like forever like this. If you put I remember in a game called Soleil for Mega Drive. Soleil in other countries is called Crusader of Senti. There is the screenshot. There is the presence of Sonic on the game, and this crossover, this placement is really strange, but it's funny to see. But imagine if the Sonic character was made by some artist that sold the image very cheaply, I think, very cheaply to a lot of developers, and so like two or three developers released the game with Sonic, but well, with different names because it's only visual, and with different characteristics. So that's why I have this strange feeling regarding using open source art, or paying for a tile set that is highly available for a lot of developers, or even stealing art, not only because it's bad, but because of this notion that you are going to misplace a character on a different world, probably. Which, in fact, if you are making a game like a fun art, a fan game about a character, and you are using the same style, it can be okay. But then you go to the part that you should not steal anything. You should not steal art. You should not steal a game, right? In the sense that you are spending so much time creating something. Why, in the art part, you are going to steal the tile set of a game that is already made? That doesn't make sense for me. That's why I try to learn pixel art, even 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 that I am very bad at pixel art. But I don't know. I don't want to use other guy art or gal art without them getting paid, and I don't want to have the same art of another game. For me, that doesn't make sense. Well, I was talking about tiling or tile sets, and I digressed a little bit. I'm sorry about that, but I would like to show you a tile set like okay, old school 16 by 16 tile set. Let me see. Sorry. Sorry, I was coughing a lot. So let's see this tile set, old school tile set. Let's see another one. In this case, we have this tile set with dirt and grass, and this is a pretty good tile set. It only serves the purpose of creating a. If I see this from the side, it's probably a platform, but I could see this as a patch of land on the ocean, which doesn't make a lot of sense because the dirt is inside and the grass is outside, close to the water. But it could be, it could make sense like that. But if I see this tile set, I understand very quickly that there is only the presence of one thing, which is you have land or you don't have land. Even if we have so many tiles to represent transitions, you only have the presence of land. In this case, in this block, you don't have land. That's why you have this hole. And in the end, you could represent this tile set in this map in a matrix of zeros and ones. So for each tile that doesn't have land, it's zero, and if you have land, you have one. But when you are developing a game like this, you are going to 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 see. Sorry, you are going to see that. In fact, if you want to draw this, if you want to draw exactly this image, you cannot represent only by zeros and ones your map. Sorry. You are going to need the transition between the empty space and the full space. Considering that the empty is like the zero and nothing else, like this corner of the image, and the one being the full dirt block, and these blocks are like blocks that have a connection with the empty space, with the sky in this case. And this is related with procedural generation because you could use auto tiling or even manual tiling in a game that is nothing procedural. You could do it in a world, a normal platformer without procedural generation, because this helps a lot while developing or while designing the map. You can break all these parts and glue them together, and your artist or your game level designer, which is you, by the way, because you are probably alone doing this, which is fine. It's it's the best way of learning game development, in my opinion, is to do everything yourself, because you will know how every part works. I think this is really good in the indie kind of way. Um, this If you are going to place each of these style correctly, it's going to take a while. And if you think about um, procedural generation 2D platforms, let me see, or platformer, like Spelunky is one, but let's see. I would like to get an example, but okay. Even if it was something like this, again the same concept. If we ignore the trees and the grass popping from the ground, only the green part, the green ground part. If we would like to generate something like this along the way, we could use Perlim noise and changing the height so that you had like a feeling like Terraria or something. Sorry about this, guys. It's my dog. 1 second. I'm back. So, if you want to generate a platformer with a lot of hills and valleys, etc., you probably want to have a map, a matrix of zeros and ones, and only that. You don't want to store the transitions of each tile, but in fact, at some point you have to do it. You have to know the transition. You have to draw that transition, and even if it's not procedural, but if you are doing procedural, you have to do it for sure. For sure, you have to do the auto tiling, so you cannot avoid it. So, what I recommend to do auto tiling, there is an article. Let me see if I can. Let me see. No, no, no. Okay. Okay. This guy. I will post I will post the link on the chat window if I can. Okay. This guy wrote an article that for me it's like the one article that you need to read first to understand the tiling or auto tiling or bit masking, whatever. For me, this is the ultimate article for you to understand. Not that you'll learn everything, and it doesn't have like proper source code so that you can check, which is a shame. But let me show you the demo to give you all the notion that we were talking about before. By the way, one of the first games that I ever started to make, because along this, like, I don't know, we are talking about 12 years, 13 years of doing of coding. At first, one of the things that I most envision in my life was to do game development. So even if I could not do it professionally, and I still I don't do professional game development. I just do it for fun and for learning and for sharing. One of the first games that I made had a very um, similar look to this what I'm drawing right now. The game itself was like I had a spaceship, I had the ground, and I had other things, but it was like really blocky, really simple. Nothing. There was no transition between one tile to another, and I could probably do the transitions. And I not in that game. In other game that I was trying to do, I made transition tiles, or used, in that case I used the tiles at open source one. That's why I was saying before, beware that you could get attached to that kind of visual, which is not good. In my case it was not good, because I could not properly change the tile set to something that I like. And those transitions took me a while to do manually while creating the map, and eventually I lost interest in the project and I abandoned that project. So, back to this demo. At first we are seeing a simple map created with um, two tiles, or the absence absence of a tile and the presence of a tile, so it's only one information. Okay, guys. One question. I don't know if any one of you know this, but I was seeing in the dashboard the video preview, and I was seeing ad popping on the stream. So right now I don't know when this ad is going to show. So I'm afraid that sometimes I can be talking about something, and you are going to get cut. The audio is going to get cut to show the ad. I don't know if anybody knows about this. If I have a way of knowing when ad is going to pop up on the video. Probably I should see. Probably I should see that. Okay, but back to the tile mapping. I have this like island thing, and I want this is not natural at all. And if I press this bitmask sorry, bitmask it, it's going to automatically change the tiles that are transition between the empty and the tile present, and giving us this feeling of water near the land, which is really nice. And I will show you. I will clean this one and I will replace. You see, guys, this is horrendous, and this is really clean, really nice. I will bit mask it again, and that's it. This looks really good, and you could do this by hand if your level was not generated procedurally, or if you still need to do this in some, or if your game doesn't change the world. So if it's a game like Zelda or even Super Mario. Not Super Mario Maker because yeah, now you can change create levels, so you cannot change the world, but you can create levels. But in a game like Minecraft or Terraria, or other games that you can change the elements on the world, if you have this auto tiling, I think it's better for you to understand how auto tiling is possible and how to optimize. Because in the end, you understand. I will make another example. If I put one element, if I bitmask it, so if the algorithm to bitmask something runs, if there is no presence around the tile of another tile of the same type, if I put bitmask it, it's going to generate to replace with this image, which is this image, or all these corners are present on a tile set. So your tile set has all the possibilities of transition between these two states. And if I go to this and if I do this, pay attention to the first tile. If I bit mask it, it's only going to change, like the only corner that I have to pay attention is the right one, and in this case the only corner that I have to pay attention is the left one. Sorry, to make the like this, to make the connection between lands. So doing this, it's going to save us a lot of time, because I know that I have this image and this image and this image on the tile set, but doing manually, you could get something like misplacements. If I do this, you get a misplacement. If I was doing this manually, okay? Um, so, and if the world is generated with a lot of islands, you don't want to have a bad algorithm for auto tiling. It's going to hit to eat a lot of your processing power to do. It must be, you must have something really simple. Okay. Mm, so this, back to this article. This article is my favorite one for the starting point of view, because it's going to assume some things, like it's going to assume how your tile set is organized. So for me it was a little bit hard to understand this. Sorry, this image, but you can see that. Oh, probably you'll understand more if I go to the next version. If I press one element, is the 01. You can see the black border. And if I do like this, it's automatically doing the auto tiling, and this one is empty on the top, this is empty on the bottom. So I can see that empty on the top is the tile number 1, and empty on the bottom is tile number 8. Okay, so I know that I have to map these numbers to a specific, these positions to a specific tile set image, and this article will explain you how to calculate a number that is going to be very helpful to calculate, to do some checking of what tile you should pick, because in the end you know that you could do this with if and else statements. You could press or put a tile in a place and check all the neighbors for other tiles, and to see which tile it is, and if it's north, south, west, east, etc. And you'll still do this, but you'll use some bit manipulation knowledge that is going to help a lot. And it goes as far as talking about, if you have, in our case of the islands, if we have corners, so one thing is doing something like this, but in case that you wanted to do like I don't know. No, yeah, yeah. Even this part that you have this corner. This is not 4 bit masking. This is 8 bit because it's considering all the neighbors, even the diagonal ones, and it's going to explain you like what can you do, and even in this paragraph or this section, multiple terrain types is for me the reason why I love this article is because it's going to make make the leap from showing you something that is very common on the internet regarding auto tiling, which is you are do you have a tile or you don't have a tile. It's like binary mapping. You have something to put on the screen or you don't have anything to put, and it doesn't consider a lot of times multiple terrains and multiple types of tiles that can be combined together. And this guy talks about how you can change the way that you process the number, the representation number for each tile based on having two types or more of terrains, which is nice. Which is nice. Really, really, really nice. Let me open the Twitter. I will follow this guy. It was a good article. Yeah. There is, I think, that there is one thing more that I could talk about the procedural part or the auto tiling part, which it would be. Let me see if I'm following the guy. Yeah. Okay. So right now, let me change the title. Okay, because we are talking about auto tiling, so I don't want to. I don't want to mess with with the viewers' expectations. So some days ago, I started to learn more and more about auto tiling and to see different approaches. And one approach that I found out was, let me see if I can get that really really fast. And I will explain why you are seeing so many things on the screen. But one approach that I found was this article from 2012, talking about the representation of a map without have to be worried about every tile or every visual representation of that tile. And you can see that the left side, the left map, which would be like a rogue kind of a hack kind of game, old school ASCII game. And in the right part, in the right map, you'd see something more graphic oriented, not very how can I say, very modern looking, but that's not the point of it. But you can see, let me just zoom a little bit for you to see something quite nice. Consider that everything that you are seeing on the right part, you don't have light um, engine. You don't have you are seeing 2D. You are not seeing multiple layers. You are only seeing something that you must draw to the screen. Okay. So while seeing this, you can see that these two pillars, because this is a perspective to the image. It's the perspective is like, oh, I see that this is a square uh, pillar, but I know for sure if I measure this, zoom a little bit, that the body, the height is the same as the width of the pillar. So this is really strange because you have this weird perspective about the level. But this is very common. This is like one of the most common things to do in 2D top-down games. This kind of fake perspective. And I know that if I add the notion of multi layers, my player could go and come behind the pillar and get lost if it was only one square height, because it was right behind the pillar. So this representation on the left side with these hashtags, this representation saves us a lot of pain regarding where can you walk, which should be in the dot area, and where you cannot walk, not allowing the player to hide behind a pillar. So this corridor has the same thing going on. So this is a little bit strange at first for guys that never played older games, and I don't know if today we still have these kinds of things that help a lot of the gameplay regarding not being able to hide behind something on a 2D game, which is not many times is not supposed to happen, because if you can hide behind this pillar, probably an enemy could do it too, so it's not as easy. So in the map representation, you only represent with two hashtags vertically, but when you want to really design the game, you want to represent these two squares in a manner that you understand that this is a pillar. Or other thing is, if the hashtag is is empty from the right side, you want to cast a shadow. You see this? There is this shadow, and you are not casting the shadow. What you are doing, you are using, probably, I don't know, I'm not sure yet, but probably you are doing this style, like this wall style, as a shadow. Or probably this is something like a transparent PNG and you're going to place it, okay? But this article is really nice because of the way that we want to represent the map as clean, as simple as possible. So, sorry, he's going to show you a lot of things. Um, it's going to show you. It's going to talk about bit mapping and other rules. But the funny part about this site is that this guy, this is a funny guy. This guy, and I'm saying funny not in a pejorative way. I'm saying it in a most I don't know how to say this, but I really like the work that this guy is doing. So this guy over the years um, collected a lot of things that he's done, a lot of game mechanics ideas, and shared that these ideas with everybody. Like if I show you the reverse JRPG, it's going to explain the concept like it's a JRPG where you start from the final boss and back to the beginning. This is an idea. This is a game mechanic idea, so this is not a game. And this guy, this guy, I will share again. I will share the website of this guy because Squeedy, I think. So check this guy site because you will find so many things. Let me close this. You'll find so many good things and funny things about the game development, like tutorials or ideas or even prototypes. Okay, so this one, I don't know. Let me show you again. Let me refresh this page. We saw about the procedural generation or well the placement of elements or auto tiling, and in this case, what you are seeing right now is a live demo of what you can do. So if I start like from the, let me say, if I put something like this, okay, okay, let me cut something different. So I'm pressing. If I put a single tile, I have this tile image. If I put another one to the right, you have a rule on your tile set, or you have this rule set for your tiles. It can be bit masking. It can be a lot of if else's that will change the tiles as you go. But in the end, this is the representation of this is going to be like the background is 0 and this one is hashtag or 1 or whatever. You decide what you want to do. This is really cool. Even the presence of the shadow, you can make something really simple, but you can make a like a dungeon game based. The map can be very vivid or very I don't know. It can have some depth or, on the map, even using zeros and ones to represent the map. So follow this guy. He has a Twitter, and you'll find so many amazing things on this blog regarding game development, game ideas. One thing that is important is that he says on a lot of places, not like a lot of, but some places he says that you can use his ideas, but give him some attribution, which is really nice from his side, because in the end, ideas, they don't cost anything. Everybody has ideas, okay, and everybody can come up with an idea for a game. But even so, if you make a game from an idea that is not yours in the first place, I think it's more like an ethical way. In a more ethical way, you should give some kind of attribution, because this guy noticeably he took a lot of time to create this site, to create this collection of ideas and game mechanics, because it's not only like, oh okay, I will create a game like this one. This one is so simple, but again, it's an idea, but it's a very well defined concept, a very well defined game mechanic. So you are presented. Imagine that somebody says to you, "Oh, I have idea to a game that you are in a dungeon, and because you are with this old school kind of dungeon, which is only one level height, and you have this perspective, and the door is like really small if I'm close to a wall, and I can pick the wall, and if I walk to another corridor or another zone, and I put the wall, and the wall is in the a usable size. So it's a perspective game. This is only an idea, and this idea is not new. Okay, there is other games that use this concept of deceiving the perspective, but this guy this guy goes further and show some other concepts that you can create with this game mechanic, and even goes to talk about multiplayer. So if you see one idea here that inspires you, drop a line about this guy. I don't know if this guy is working on the industry. Let me see. Okay. Okay, are you in the game industry? Do you make games? I'm just an enthusiast who wants to share his enthusiasm with the world. So yeah, guys, if you see some idea that is really cool for you to use, talk with this guy first. Of course, I think it's the most honorable honorable thing to do, and give attribution. In the end, this guy's only objective is to share knowledge, to share ideas. Why would somebody wants to would want to lock another person from viewing this idea and trying to see who has come with the idea in the first place? I think it's important. Okay, I think the auto tiling topic is over. If you have any concept that you'd like to see me talk, say something on the chat, and I can try to find answers and searching for new things with you, and hopefully we will learn something new today. Where where should I go? Let me see if there is something. I didn't announce on Twitter that I was doing a live stream, because this is this is more like a way of me to train my English speaking, and I need to train, guys, because I want to share some things that that are easier if I do live streams or if I do videos. In my first videos, I didn't talk. My first and all my videos so far, I didn't talk on the videos because I was so self conscious about my English. Um, but for instance, I would like to show you, um, not in streaming format, a live streaming format, but more in a better produced video about Godot. I don't know the correct way of saying the name of the game engine, but I'd like to share with you some things that I'm been trying I've been learning. I don't know how to say. Um, and not not being able to say it in English, it's going to limit to lock my audience, so to speak, to only people that speaks in Portuguese, which is not my objective at all. Not that I have any problem with Portuguese speaking people. I'm one of them, but I would like to reach as much as possible. And because the Portuguese industry or the Portuguese indie industry is very focused or in specific topics like Unity or even Unreal, or in a specific game engine that they develop, and Godot is not very popular. One thing that I could talk about is the things that the difference between using a game engine already made by other person and um, using already creating your own game engine, which is a topic that I like to talk about a lot. Really, I really like to talk about this, and because my opinion is, well, I can say my opinion. I lost almost my entire life of development that I tested or that I was learning game development. I was always trying to do game engine because you start by the simple things, and you want to learn more and more and do more, but you start from the beginning. Let give me 1 second. I need to see something. Okay, back. I would like to see probably who is online, but I will not directly talk with the viewers if you don't talk with me first, because I don't want to. I know what it is to be a lurker on Twitch, and sometimes a streamer can put some viewers on the spot, and that's not the objective at all. I just I just want some interaction regarding the stream to see what direction you want me to go, because I can talk about game engines, which I don't have a lot of experience, but I have a lot of opinions. Let me see. Probably I will change this to talking about game engines. Hmm. Should I share the live stream with Twitter? I don't know. Okay, probably. rambling, 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 rambling. Yeah, rambling. I'm doing live stream talking about game engine. It's just rambling. Come check it out. Come and check it out. Let me put the Twitch link. Probably only need like this. Okay. Okay. Put a hashtag. Okay. So I don't know where to start with this, but I will continue on my story, or to restart my story about game engines and the past and all that things. So at the beginning, well, every story begins with an idea or with a curiosity or something like that. And in the beginning, when I started to code, it was when I was like 11 or 12, which it was like back in the days. When I started developing small applications or small console applications, um, the dream was not to make programs. Okay, it was not to make applications or mobile apps, because at the time there were no cell phones. So the idea was, I want to make games, because it was the ever present thing that I could think about when I was young. I would like to make games. I saw all these games like Super Mario or Sonic, or even Soleil and other games that I played, or later um, Command and Conquer, Red Alert. All these games that nobody probably no, okay, so the Super Mario, it's a very well-known game, but probably Soleil is not known, or very known in the younger audience, or even Command and Conquer, Red Alert. But in the beginning, I was always trying to figuring out how to make games. This was the objective, guys. This was the thing that I wanted to do my whole life. It's even today. I'm 29 and I'm still dreaming about making games. And I've made two very simple games last year, some months ago, not a year ago. It was 2016. And when I was young and I started to learn a little bit about coding, I think the first thing that I learned, the first thing ever that I learned was um, regarding coding, was Visual Basic 5, 4, 5. Let me see the release date. Let me see. It was like so long ago. But yeah, it was like Visual Basic. Sorry, 5, and I don't know. I didn't know how to make games. I didn't know how to make anything on a computer regarding coding. So I started with this, and this was great, guys. I could make a window. I could make put buttons in there and press the button and showing a message. It was fun and all, but at the same time, I could not do any games, um, because well, I didn't know, I didn't knew at that time how to make a game. And one thing that led me to making custom engines or making my own game engines, not engine, not singular, plural, through the years after, was that I understood that the game normally it doesn't show in a window, in a Windows window. It was always full screen, and I didn't knew at that time how to make a Visual Basic application full screen, which, if we see it like that in the if we look at it in like a coincidence, it was great not being able to do it on Visual Basic, because I would lose a lot of time in a crappy environment regarding gaming. But at the same time, it gave me a lot of knowledge regarding development, and I was really young at that time. I was like 10, 11 when I started doing some Visual Basic stuff. So after that, I talked with a friend of my parents that was a old school developer, more or less like that. And he told me, no, what you want to make games is something like you have to use the C language. Hmm. And I was like, but the C, what is C? C is um, a program. And he was like, no, no, C is not a program. C is the language that you program something. But he's very low level, and he explained me like was like those kinds of conversations that you have with somebody for like, I don't know, uh, many days apart. So you start talking about this, and then you stop, and then another day you talk about this. And he was explaining me what C was, and what was the different layers of complexity of a computer. And I was like 11 or 12 at that time, and I was amazed by the things that you could do. One thing that I remember that I asked him was, if C, or if the operative system is made in C. Remember, guys, we are talking about Windows 95, so it was really back in the days. If C is a programming language that makes programs, what is the program that makes the programming language? So he talked about the assembly, what it was, what it wasn't, and all that stuff. And in the end, I learned a lot of things not related with game development, but related with programming in general. But it was really good, because if I didn't add these kinds of uh, this kind of knowledge regarding the inner parts of a modern operative system, I didn't knew what to choose when doing game dev, because of the all all the available technologies at that time. And it was like there were not a lot of things available, but there were some things available, like Visual Basic, which was not meant for game dev at all. But I've seen games made in Visual Basic, the old Visual Basic. So I decided, okay, I will learn this language. I will learn C. And what do you know? I made a C Hello World program like everybody does, but the program looked like this. Again, a window with black background and text, and I was not very thrilled about it. One thing that I liked was the fact that this was very similar with the DOS operative system, or the DOS terminal that we had in Windows 95. And so this for me was like, okay, I'm peeking in the DOS world. And remember, guys, like 11, 12 years old, um, some years ago, so not many sites uh, taught you programming. You didn't have YouTube or Twitch or wherever, so this was not an easy task. So we we imagined a lot how these things worked, and only years after I will learn a lot of things properly. So I started doing this programming in C, but in the end I would like to make the window full screen and to draw graphics and images and stuff, and I didn't knew how to do it until one day I found out something called SDL. SDL. This SDL, or let me see. Let me go. Let me show you the page. Simple Direct Media Library. So SDL 1.2. I worked with SDL 1 point something. Um, and what do you know? It was the first time that I was presented with the concept of library. I said the Simple Direct Media Library. No, it's Simple Direct Media Layer. But in the end, STL was a library, and this for me was really strange because at that time I was doing console applications only, doing small games, and doing ASCII games because I didn't know how to draw. And STL opened a lot of doors regarding game development, regarding how do you present images, or do you present images on the screen. It was really nice. It was really nice to have access to STL. So what I did next was to see, okay, SDL is a thing, so probably there is another thing, another framework or another library that does the same thing. And I found out at that time the Allegro library, which was a little bit different. And bear in mind that I can right now talking about this, and I haven't checked Allegro properly. Even in that at that time I didn't check properly, so I really don't know if what I'm saying is the reality. But I'm going to say to you what I thought it was. So when I saw Allegro and SDL side by side, um, I thought that the SDL, sorry, the SDL library was purely for graphics, audio, and helping you using OpenGL. It took me like 1 or 2 years to understand these concepts. Okay, I was really young, and I'm not that kind of very smart person, like those persons that capture a lot of things really fast. It took me a while, and this was my concept about SDL. So you have SDL, you are going to being able to create a window, a game window, where you can draw something and you can output audio from there. And this was awesome. I could do everything that I wanted with SDL. And Allegro, in the other end, uh, here comes the part that I know if it's true or not. But Allegro at that time, it was a little more powerful because it had a lot of things already implemented. Well, this is the notion that I got from reading blogs and sites about it. And I don't know. I thought that I didn't want to use something created by other person. I don't know why. I wanted to I wanted to make something from scratch. You know, I wanted to do something and say no. I did this all by myself. Well, while using SDL already, I was not using the all my knowledge to do something. I was already using something that was open source, I think, and I choose to use SDL and to ignore completely Allegro. Okay, that's why I lost a lot of time, a lot of time doing like really basic stuff regarding game development, like drawing a line on the screen. And bear in mind that if you didn't use at that time, if I didn't use SDL, I could still draw something on the screen. The only thing is that I didn't like the idea that I had to touch or to learn about the Windows API to draw windows, to draw a physical window. So stuff like Win API game dev. Let me show you something. Like, yeah, my games look like this in beginning. Well, not like this. This is way prettier than my ASCII games. If you hear random noises on the background, sometimes it's my dog. Sorry about it. I will try to 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 be as clean as possible the audio. But yeah, you. I was talking about the Win API to create window, like these sorts of windows, like a simple window, and doing this was really cumbersome. So I will always search for a better solutions. That's why I used SDL, and SDL at the same time it can. I think it. Yeah, no, yeah. It says that is officially supported in Windows, macOS, uh, and Linux. And at that time, I was always jumping from Windows and Linux. I don't know why. It was just like a geek stuff, geek notion of world. I think when everybody was not proud of being geek. I don't know if you remember that time, but there was a time when being geek or being a nerd was not cool. It was really, really, really hard for some people, and I was one of those people that suffered because when you go to your friend's house and say, "Oh, I installed yesterday. I got really early to install Linux and I failed." They would tease me because I was talking about Linux, not because I failed. This is strange, but yeah, I used SDL for a while. I made some stuff, really dumb stuff, but in the end, collisions. The concept of collision was something that I had to search and to learn from others, and I had to implement a simple um, physics engine or physics library. I had to make it from scratch, which is really, 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 really cool to do. This is something that I I should say is that you should try to do some things from scratch. Okay, I've done it. I've done it so many times. But some years after, I think it's called Box 2D. Yeah, Box 2D, which some years ago, I don't know if it was this name, but right now, if you don't want to use a game engine that already has some physics engine already by default, if you want to develop your game engine, you probably could skip the physics engine development. Sorry, guys, 1 second. Okay, dogs barking outside. Mm, not not easy. And my dog likes to bark to other dogs, so as I was saying, you can skip the part of developing a physics engine, if even if it's 2D, because there are some things that can take a while to learn about physics. Even the not only physics like the mechanics that we learn in college or in school. Here we could learn physics mechanical like dropping of objects, velocity, etc., acceleration. All that, all those things helps a lot while doing physics in a 2D game, even in a 3D game. But yeah, don't you can start doing a physics, a 2D physics library or engine, but soon you'll notice that there are some optimizations that you want to do regarding collisions, for instance, that you probably don't have knowledge or don't have experience to develop as you are developing your game. Because in the end, you are not developing. The objective is not developing a game engine. The objective is making a game. Oh, right now I saw a message, but I ignored. Sorry, Paco Dev. You wrote, "Sorry, it's my cat." I don't know. I don't know what happened. Probably random typing or something. I didn't saw it. Um, okay. No, he's gone. Okay. Mm-mm. Make fresh. Okay. So, where I was talking about the physics. So I developed some collisions, and one of the first things that you'll learn probably is box collision in C, because we are talking about doing yourself a lot of things. But this gave me so sorry, guys. This gave me some background notions about how some physics engines develop implement collision detection, and why there are some engines that don't they make some decisions regarding collision, like not being able to do convex collision or concave Concave collider. I think is that. Yeah, is exactly. Yeah. This is not easy. If you implement your physics engine, you'll understand why properly. I'm not the best person to share with you what I've learned, or the best person to share correctly what I've learned. But yeah, one thing that I never done regarding game development while doing the game manager, the game engine, sorry, was to implement audio. I don't know why. I'm very keen of music, and I've learned music while I was young, and by that time, to be more precise, it was in the same time. But I don't know. I was not very interested on the music part. Even the graphics part, I was not very interested. I only made some draws because I need to show something on the screen to make a game. Because for me, imagine right now there are kids and already grown up men that never played a old console game. Okay, so when I was young, there were games like console application games, and I never saw the appeal of playing a game that is only text. I could make it, but I didn't find it interesting. So I perfectly understand why today there are some people that hate pixel art, because pixel art is it was at first a limitation. Now it's a specific taste. If you don't like pixel art, it's because you don't like it, not, and because younger people probably will not have the conditioning of having everything pixelated if you are going to show it on a screen. But that's important because while doing this SDL C and SDL mini projects or mini game engines, ignoring Box 2D or anything similar back in the days, um, I always needed to have I always needed to have a graphic to show, right? So that's why I learned, or I tried to do. Oh, let me just craft. Okay, okay. This is a fun fact. If you write pixel art without only pixel art or even pixel art altogether, you are going always to see. Well, my search it has changed a lot, but some months ago you would only see pixel art and Minecraft related pixel art, which is okay, but not the point. So I always do this dash Minecraft to remove results. Okay, so yeah. So this was the this is pixel art. Okay, so this limitation of pixel, sorry, of resolution makes you draw things in a really different way than the analogic, the draw and pen physical drawing. You have agreed. You have agreed. In back in the days, low resolution. You didn't add a lot of resolution, a lot of screen size, and if you got if you had a bigger screen, you'd see these pixels. Okay, um, and in the end, you would draw to make a game something like this. But I didn't draw pixel art at first. I used a program called Paint, which in fact, let me show you something. Paint is like people don't like Paint, right? Let me do 80 and 800 by 600. Okay, people don't like Paint because Paint, well, Paint it's not very pretty. It doesn't. Well, right now, Paint is a lot better. Let me show you what we had with Paint. We didn't have the brush. We did images like this. So while doing images like this, I needed to make tiles for my map because I sorry, because I needed to to draw something on the screen, right? If I need to draw something on the screen, I need to draw it. And when I was a kid, I was not and I am not a good drawer. I I don't have I didn't train enough. Let me show you the grid lines. I didn't train enough. I didn't learn anything from school. Now this is pixels. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. And when I was doing sprites or tiles for my first game, I learned about this pixel art thing because there was so many people on the internet doing images on Paint, but there was some people that made them a lot differently. So if I wanted to do like grass, I will do like something like this. I will try to replicate what I was always trying to do, which was doing a grass patch. I don't know if that's the correct way to say. And then I have this patch green. Okay, green is fine. And then I was like, okay, I will copy this and I will paste and put side by side and all the disregard between sizes because I was still experimenting with stuff, and then I wanted to do a part with gray like a wall, and I was like, okay, I need to draw a wall. Let me do again a wall. This is not okay. Let me change the size to 1 because you need a little bit more control. And I was like, okay, I have this, I will do this. Okay, so I can create a world. Okay, let's imagine that oh, this is bad. This program is really bad. I forgot how bad it was. So imagine that my whole world was green. I could use these tiles and to copy and paste them. And bear in mind, if this is, can you see that if I select around a background color, it's going to paint over? But I think that if I do this and this, no, okay, again, no, there was a transparent selection. Oh, okay. So I would do this and do something like this, which was really strange. I don't know why I thought that this was the way of doing pixel art or to do a map. This doesn't make sense at all because why I want to show this grid? But yeah, I did this and I created something like this is not okay. And I created something like this. I was just trying to draw something to show to show on my game. I didn't know I didn't knew what game was I meant to do, or was I pointing, was I heading to. And when I draw this, I saw it and I thought, hmm, this resembles something that I've seen before. This looked like a plane. I don't know the name of the plane. So if anybody knows the name of this plane, it's like a military military plane on like American military plane. F-12, no F-12, no. This is a car. Jets. Mm, anti-radar. Because I know that this jet. Okay, okay, yeah, this one. F 11.7 117. Okay. When was this made? Oh, it's very old. 35 years. First flight. Okay. So you can see the resemblance. It's I don't know why I thought it was similar because it's the triangular shape or whatever. But I thought about this, and I decided that I wanted to do a game where you fly um, this ship, this spaceship, this flight ship. I don't know what I was thinking, but one thing occurred me while I was doing the SDL and all that stuff and game engine and all that stuff. One thing that I understood by that time was that my game needed to have tiles. That's why I was doing tiles at that time, and I need everything in my game has to needs to get the same size regarding width and height. Everything. So my beautiful F 11.7, or I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, but my beautiful uh, my beautiful fighter needed to be enclosed in a tile. And the tile by that time, I think that the tile that I choose, the size was something like um, 58 or something by 58. It was like really random size. I only knew that to be easier, I needed to no probably bigger. Okay, I don't know for sure the resolution because imagine I'm on a. Let me see how much resolution does my screen have. My screen have okay. So back in the days, my screen was six hundred 640 by 320 probably. So compared to this, right? This is like a lot bigger resolution. So even drawing pixel art, I don't know because this is all for memory. I don't know if this is the correct dimension, but I know for sure that I painted. Oh come on, guy! I choose a size equal in height and width. Okay, let me do like this. Something like this. And I started to trying. I started to by finding the middle line and doing something like this. No, not like this. One line at a time. I was like, okay, I need to do this. My ship has to be like this and okay. Now this ish, and very quickly I found out that I could not make my ship the way that I wanted. I need to make some decisions regarding the. No, come on. Yeah, paint is not getting any better with age. Okay, I need to do something like this. This is not perfect, but I was trying to do. Oh, come on. Okay. And in the end, I would have a strange spaceship. Like really, really, really strange. But yeah, it was fine for that time because I didn't care. This is not. I'm not being able to do what I want to. Not by a long shot because I lost all the the knowledge of paint. I don't know if that's a thing or but yeah. But in the end, I had this grid, and the ship was something like this. Um, mm, mm, we drop a line like this, like this. Okay. Okay. And yeah, no, sorry. Just trying to fix stuff. I don't know why I'm trying to fix something just to make a point, but yeah. I don't know. I think it's okay because I'm telling you a story. Is just to be more thorough, I think. Okay. Okay. So I ended up with something like this. And first thing that happened was my ship. I could control it with my keyboard, but my ship collision was like grid based. So I, well, in the beginning, I didn't implement the physics engine. I just checked if the tile was different, and if it was, the tile be above or below or in front on top was with something inside, I could not fly my ship to it. So really, really, really bad way of doing things. But it was the moment that I understood that I needed to understand how to make a collision. This process was, I think, probably the thing that made me lose interest on game development. At that time, we didn't have YouTube to check videos, to check how everything was made. We didn't have internet on everywhere. We didn't have internet on a cell phone. So the knowledge was not so easily available, and this took me so much time doing a simple collision detection that I lost interest on game development. I don't know. It was, I don't care. I thought I just don't care. I will. I will be a developer, applications developer. I thought, but after that, when I was 17, I started working as a web developer, and for many years, I forgot about game development. I thought, okay, it's over. And then some years ago, and some years ago, some years after, I started to learn more about people working with Unreal, which for me was really strange because I grown with the knowledge that Unreal was Unreal Tournament. It was not, oh, this is the game that makes games. No, not nothing like that. I understood the concept of game engine. I was trying for years to make a game engine, but and I knew the Ogre 3D engine or framework or whatever you want to call it. But Unreal was different. I remembered being very very young playing Unreal Tournament on a very crappy PC, and the only it was the only game with that kind of graphics that I could play a proper FPS with Unreal Tournament. So years after hearing that some people worked with Unreal Engine, like not big studios, I understood that there was some big studios working with the engine, but when I started to see some people talking about this, like, oh yeah, there is access to the Unreal Engine, but it's not cheap and etc etc. But I was very curious. Okay, so how is the state of game engines? Because I never fully understood at that time how these engines were already available for us to work with them. And Ogre 3D was not easy to set up. And while searching for some things about Unreal Engine, I found out about this little engine that everybody knows, everybody in the game development community knows, which is Unity. And I was like really, really, really impressed about Unity because it was for the first time. Because I tried to install Ogre 3D and other more more strange frameworks or game engines, but Unity was the first one that I installed it, and I could make something without having to change configuration files, compilers, etc. It was all together. But the UI was so jarring for me. It was so strange because I came from a world where you make everything. Everything is command line. Everything is a piece of text in a text file that is compiled. And seeing something so visual as Unity, it was really strange for me. And I tried to change some things and messing with it without seeing any tutorial. And of course, I abandoned Unity, saying, no, this is not for me. If I want to make a game, I will do with my game engine. I will make another game engine. It was probably in a time that I didn't have any spare time for even considering if for even consider to make a game or a game engine. So it was easy. I dropped Unity. I said, no, this is not for me. I will do my game engine for my game if I'm going to make a game. But I didn't make anything for some years. So Unity was only a brief moment that I saw it. I didn't like it because I thought, okay, this is a lot of visual things, but I need the core. I need to see how things are really made, and I ignore it for a while. But funny thing, Unity had a characteristic that soon was really coincident with my line of work. I became a mobile application developer, more specifically a Windows mobile or Windows phone um, application developer, app developer. And the primary language that I learned for me to do my job was C Sharp, and Unity used C Sharp. And while I was learning C Sharp, sometimes I was curious about Unity and I would pick a tutorial, not trying to reproduce, but only to see how the tutorial was. And over time, I okay, I learned some things in Unity even without ever open opening Unit since the first time. And until one day there was a request on my job to see what was the possibility of doing something with C Sharp related with games. And of course, my first instinct was to say, no, man, let's do something from scratch. You don't want a framework or another game engine bloating your code. But I had the notion that a cell phone, or even working with C Sharp, you are not getting the most lower level APIs directly, because the most lower level in a Windows environment regarding graphics, for instance, is DirectX. Sorry. Um, and I'm not saying that this is the whole truth about this, but just what I thought at that time. And I suggested, well, we can check Unity. And while doing this, I learned a lot of things about Unity, and my passion for game development soon came back again, and I was like pumped. I want to make a game. I will use Unity, and frameworks are the best thing ever. I will not ever do a framework again, and all that stuff. And yeah, my opinion about making your own framework changed a lot, because now I can say for sure that if you develop everything in Unity your whole life, you are going to learn a lot of things, like if it's 3D or if it's 2D, etc. You are going to learn a lot of things, but in a specific context, a specific Unity context. Even if you are working with shaders or working with tile sets, etc., it's very specific with about Unity. If you go to another framework or another game engine, there are some things that you lose in the process, and that's a disadvantage. But to be honest, that's okay. You will improve so much regarding the time that you waste doing a game engine, that I think it's really okay if you need to go from one game engine to another. And I talk a lot about Unity in this story because it was the engine that I spent my game dev or game dev trainer life, which hasn't been as long as I wanted, but yeah, this simple it's not simple, this game engine, it's everything that you need to make a game. Okay, it's true. It's I'm being as honest as possible. You don't need anything else regarding game engine functionality. Of course, you need images, you need 3D models, you need the audio, etc. But regarding the game engine and the environment for scripting and etc., and even for debugging, you don't need anything else. It's everything here. But there's a catch, and the first catch is Unity is not free. We always assume that something is that we don't pay for, it's free. Well, mm, bad news, it's not. If you don't pay for it, it doesn't mean that you didn't pay for it, right? With money. But if you have a game that the first screen that the person sees when starts playing the game is made with Unity, well, you are making a lot of you are showing to everybody that what you've made was with Unity. So it's publicity. It's ad. It's an ad. You are making a statement that you made that game with Unity, and that's okay for most people, guys. If you are doing a game for the first time, or if you are just learning, ignore these concepts of oh, I have a placeholder in the beginning or a splash screen with the name of the company. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I've seen games made with Unity in the free version on stores and selling. So people don't care. The only thing that is going to show is that that game was made with Unity, and Unity is going to be more uh, noticeable. Which it was what happened. Unity was so fast comparing to other engines to make a game that worked on desktop and mobile. It was so fast, the process and the result, that it was like ubiquitous to choose Unity if you wanted to reach a broader market. If you wanted to reach, um, let me see, Unity platforms. Just to see, okay, take a look at the all the platforms that Unity supports. That's insane, man. It supports the it supports the Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch that doesn't it wasn't released yet, but it supports it. Sorry. And mobile, guys. It's very important for some guys to push your game to mobile. And Unity provides all of that things, but at the same time, I was always, and this is not like too long ago. I think I thought about this for some years, and some months ago, it is. I started to investigate some alternatives to Unity, and some months ago, I found out about one framework that was really not that different from Unity regarding the yeah. Um, if I write Godot or Godot, which is the name of the engine, I get the Godot character. Okay. So if I show you a thumbnail of Godot compared to Unity, which we can do right now. You can only see, okay, there is this different shade of gray, sorry the pun, but in the end there is some similar parts. You see, you have this window with some a viewport, and there you have a viewport, but you have an inspector, and so there is an inspector here. So yeah. Godot was not as strange for me as Unity, because it was close to Unity. but Godot had two issues that I didn't like. First, oh, and Godot is open source. There is no subscriptions or pay if you reach X $1,000 a year or anything. Godot is free. It's free. You have the source code you can change and doesn't show you the made with Godot. There are some people that want to have this image that you are seeing here, Godot game engine, showing on the first on the splash screen of the game, just to share with the world that that game is made with Godot. So it's a community that is growing. I'm not saying that it is going to replace Unity. I don't think it's going to replace Unity because people thought that Unity couldn't replace Unreal, and even with Unreal Free, I don't know. Unity is growing a lot faster than everybody else on the game engine industry. Well, growing comparing the big ones because Godot is like stupidly fast evolving. It's like really strange. I saw Godot some months ago and it's already a lot better, like visually, functionally, a lot better. So I started using Godot some months ago, but I didn't like the fact that it was so open source that nobody was using it because it was like, oh, this is so alternative, and nobody was using it, and because it was the scripting language was not C sharp basically, which is really strange because my I started developing in non professionally in C, and then in PHP, and then in C sharp. I shouldn't be stuck with a language or a scripting language. I don't care, to be honest. I should be able to use whatever language or whatever scripting language that engine provides. But it was, I don't know. I didn't want to learn Python, and after that I learned that it's not Python. It's GD script, which is not Python. It's language based in Python. So it was really strange. And to add it up a little bit, it is a language that is in indentation is how can I say? If you have a function or if else, you don't use brackets. You use indentation to change to define a new block of code, which is for me a little bit strange. Okay, but you can get used to it. Um, but months after, I give it a try. I gave it a try, and yeah, I'm really liking it. What I've done so far, it's I've got a lot of tutorials and all that stuff. Right now, I don't know if I can show you working, but yeah, I'm just making a simple. Oh, goddamn. A simple breakout game. It's breakout. I don't know for sure the name in Godot, but this is just to me for me to compare the development between Unity and Godot because you are if you search YouTube for Godot on the last 4 months, you'll see so many tutorials. It's like crazy. I don't know. It's like everybody started to pay attention to Godot. These tiles, this tile set that you are seeing, I made it all by myself. It's not super pretty, but I'm very pleased with it. And I have yesterday I was live streaming some some things related with the change that I'm going to do to this simple game, and I've made a tweet some days ago about this. Let me unpin this. I don't care. Let me show you in the preview. So yeah, it's a pixel art game. I will always try to embrace pixel art as possible. Not that I don't like better graphics, of course I like, but my one thing is what you consume, other thing is what you want to produce or what you produce, and yeah, my idea with this study is to understand when the ball touches the paddle. The idea is to have a little bounce effect on the paddle. I don't know. I think it looks good enough. The rotation. I had to clean up the pixel art a little bit. Let me see if anybody is listening. I'm always checking, and sorry about it because I don't have a second monitor, and it's really hard to see uh, if um if anybody is talking with me. I'm using my phone, but yeah, it's not the same thing as having a second monitor. But yeah, let me close this. So yeah, I'm messing with Godot the last weeks or so, probably 1 month now, and yeah, there are some things that I don't like I don't like at all, but there are some other things that I think it's fine. One thing is the concept of nodes, which I could talk about like for hours. For hours, how the node system is at the first sight looks similar with the concept of game objects in Unity, but it's so different, guys. It I had to show you a lot of things to explain why I'm so excited about this organization method for game development. Sorry, but yeah, I will try to show more. And my objective is, as always, share knowledge and showing you that even if you didn't make a game ever, you can anytime you can start to. I had so many years with the frustration of never finishing a project regarding game dev, that I last year I I said to myself, I need to create games. I don't know how complex they are going to be. Not really complex, but I need to make something. I need to make games. That's what I said that, and I created last year 2 games. I will share with you the links, the link to my itch.io page, so that you can see the games that I made. Which, bear in mind, they are 2 games made in Unity, doing pixel art and all to the games, and they were both game jam entries. The first one I failed the delivery date, so yeah, I failed it, and I couldn't participate on the contest. And the second one is a lot. It's more. It's simpler. than the first game that I made, but I finished it without music because the first one had music, but it was so bad, and I don't recommend to play the first game, which is called Please Save a More. I don't recommend to play the game with music because it's so bad. Because I was I was going with a chiptune kind of music because it was for a game dev for a Game Boy Jam, and I was trying to emulate the feeling of sounds on Game Boy, and I totally failed. So the second game that I properly finished on the Ludum Dare. I don't know how to say, how to say. Um, and yeah, yeah, I should add a link to the itch.io page of the Ludum Dare um, page of the game. But I was very pleased. It's like my second game. It's a really short game. It's a little bit dark regarding the story, and it's a little bit strange. But I was very pleased with the overall rating of the game. I don't know, 96. The position 96 on the mood category for me is very cool. And overall, 438. It's I was very 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 pleased. My only the only thing that I thought that this was, I don't know. I was not very well prepared for the Ludum Dare because it was my first one. Um, Let me just share with you if somebody wants to see the things that I made and the posts and all that stuff. I don't know if you go to a Twitch chat Twitch channel, if you can see the chat room before you open the page. I can test it. Let me see. Just to test. Yeah, you cannot see. Okay, it's a pity. Hmm. Okay. So every time that I close the change the title of the streaming, it's creating different videos. I don't know. Hmm. But it's the same video. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. This is very new to me. Not that I don't know Twitch. I know Twitch for a while. I was very addicted to it some years ago. Okay. So I set my mind to create two games. No, to create a game, and I finished the game. The first one was Please Save More, which is uh, time management or skills. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like you are lost on a strange planet, and you need to wait for the rescue team. It's basically that. And this game was made mid October, and I failed the delivery because the jam was already going on, and I thought, oh, what the hell, I will just make it like it's a objective, but I could not finish the game in time. I think I missed for 1 day or two, I don't know, It was like a 5 or 6 day game jam, which was plenty of time. Sorry, and it was my first from a finished game from the start to end. It's finished. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then I added music. Then I corrected some issues because what is a game without bugs, right, guys? And which is really fun about games and bugs is that the possibility of speed runs. It's I don't know. It's really strange for me. Sometimes I think that if all games were treated as a service, and if you have to correct every bug and everything else must change regarding if something is related with that bug, there would be a lot of speedruns. All the speedruns with hacks, no, with bugs, were not able would not be able to be done, which is really strange. Like bugs as a virtue of the game. I don't know what's your thoughts about this, because when I see some game like Spelunky, I saw a video yesterday, I think, about a bug that was discovered in Spelunky, which is not the only video or the only bug. There are a lot of bugs. Not saying that the game is full of bugs, but they it had some bugs. Okay. And I saw the reason for that, or the outcome of that bug reduced some minutes on the speedrun, which is really 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 cool, but it was not meant to be done. This is so strange for me. You make a game and you want to fix the bugs, I think, unless you are doing unless you are making a game like Goat Simulator, which every bug is a possibility of a YouTuber showing something cool on a video, which is okay for me. It's okay. I don't know. It's okay for me, but I don't know if I would be able to leave a bug unfixed just for the lols. Then I added. This was a game for the Game Dev Jam, so all the all the resolution, the colors, um, even the music was trying to emulate or to appeal to be or pretend to be a Game Boy game. So I only had support to keyboard. And after that, I added support for mouse, touch, and controllers, because Unity. That's why it was so easy to fix, to implement. So why wouldn't I make that change? And that was the third update of the game. Let's see. And then it some weeks ago I lost it, a game for the 37th Ludum Dare, and I finished the game in time. I didn't add audio or proper graphics because this was supposed. If you see my posts initially, this was just a draft of what I wanted to accomplish. I wanted to accomplish like a more Zelda-like game, viewing from the top, like old school Zelda games, and this was I participated on the compo, which I don't know, to be honest, if it was a good move, um, because I started working on the on the on the compo at 2 a.m. because at 2 a.m. started the competition in Portugal, and it was a little bit tough to sleep the first night because I had to sleep. I'm not young anymore. I need to sleep, and yeah, there were some things that I neglected regarding graphics. But when I continued to do some work, I don't know. I felt like it made sense. Well, animations were lacking, so I should I should I should made some animations like the feet or the legs moving or in the arms. I don't know, just to give some sense of not being a placeholder. But yeah, it was. I've done the compo. It was 48 hours, and I finished the game in 42 hours, I think, because I needed to work the next day, which was it was tough because I wanted to do more stuff with the game, but I didn't have time. But yeah, and then I created this. It was the first game that I made that I had a deadline. It was really cool. I was very proud of my achievement, mainly because I cutted so many things on the game just to being able to deliver something. And for me, that was not as bad as it sounds. It was really good to be able to focus on a specific idea than to have all these ideas, and I have a document with full of ideas and thoughts that I was writing along the development of the game, which was like really good for the idea process because it was really fast. If you have something in your mind, write it down. After a while, I wrote down other things. Then I changed some things, and it was really fast to have this notion of what I wanted for the game. But the scope was so big, and one day probably I will make another I Lost It game with more background story because it's a little bit psychological game, a little bit depressive or depressing game because shows you a side of craziness on a person, and yeah, I think I could make something else of it better. I think, but yeah, I don't know. I think it got some charm in it. Our player and these awesome fonts. It's only one font I think are made by Managor, which was the winner of the Ludum Dare. And let me show you something that most people know, but I will show you because I like to show this. The winner was Managor, the winner of the compo, with a game really, really very original. I think I never seen anything like this. It's so cool. Um, mm, mm, let me show you. So you write something on a chat room, and then you can play that or play other words that people played, wrote. It's a level. It's like a platformer. Anyone. And the funny part about this is that if I go to the page profile page, you'd see that he won. Let me show you. 37. I showed you that he won 35. I can show you that. Where is it? Where is it? Well, he won a lot of the Ludum Dares, the latest ones. I don't know if this one won, but yeah, very a very good game developer, I think. Always with fresh content, fresh concepts. It's so cool. It's like I can get lost for hours looking at his work. It's really nice. But yeah, and back to my games. They were made with Unity. So I was talking about game engines and Godot and all that, but the Godot thing is very recent. Even that the games are recent too, because one was made like 3 months ago. What other was 1 month, I think. So yeah. Let me go to this to Slack to see if anybody is online. Okay, nothing to show. But yeah, hopefully my next small game is going to be in the lines of this one. Really simple breakout game, but the objective is to be more like a show you how to make a game in Godot and Unity, so that you could see the differences. But yeah, give me like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just so that I can rest a little bit, and I will be really soon. Uh, Before going, let me see something. I think that we have a viewer that I know. Hello, Gonzalo. I can see you. Say something. Write something on the chat. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Okay, back. Sorry. So, so Gonzalo, my friend, how are you? What have you been up to? Tell us. I'm just been rambling about game engines and stuff and what I've done in the past. What sh- share something. And Gonzalo, if you want to, I will share again this link. I found out really cool, game mechanics. This guy, I don't, probably you know about this even before me, but yeah, I found out while doing some studies about auto tiling and procedural generation in 2D. So yeah, and well, you really should look at Godot. It's really interesting. And again, my last and only two finished games, even if they are so simple games, were made with Unity. So I'm not ditching Unity, and you know it. How much I like Unity, but I don't know. The simple fact that I can, if I want, I can check the source code of the game engine. It's like a plus, like really good thing. I probably I could show how to build the Godot engine right now. I think. Oh, it's going to take a while because well, my PC is not bad, but it's going to take a while to compile. But yeah, I will probably make a video about it. Well, I don't need to make a video about it because uh, if I go to YouTube and if I type Godot, this is really crazy. So let me see. So Heartbeast 8 months ago made a Godot tutorial, basic breakout. I've made the tutorial. It's really good. It has a lot of notions. And after that, not much happened. But well, Games from Scratch was the first one to, I think, to do a Godot game engine tutorial. And some months ago, it's exploding. It's like a lot of people are doing Godot tutorials and Godot development. You used Phaser. Yeah, I think you wrote about it. Let me see. Let me see. Do you have the link for the Ludum Dare page? I don't know for your Ludum Dare profile. Let me let me s- um, try to find you. I was really impressed by your game, to be honest. Totally honest. I know that you didn't have at first any idea, which was really cool because you were like, "Oh, I don't know if I'm going to participate or not," and then you came up with a pretty nice game, and I loved the twist. But I really recommend that anyone that is listening or watching to this live stream to check Gonzalo game. because I don't know, there is the sense, the feeling of the game is so, it's so nice. I was there is only one thing that I don't like in your game, Gonçalo. One thing only. It was, I will show you. No, I will not show you. That's rude. The only thing that I didn't like was the movement, the diagonal movement of the character. It was the only thing. I don't know why I didn't like it. Probably because you tried to enforce a perspective. But for me, I don't know. I was hoping to have more movement, more speed on the on the movement. But other than that, I really, really liked the idea. And as I said on a tweet, I think I would like to see more about the story, because it's a short story. I get it, but I don't know. It can be stretched, not stretched like filling it up with random stuff, but it can be more profound, because it's even the screenshots that you used on the Ludum Dare entry, they were like really clever, really clever. The transition between the scenes, and yeah, I was talking before. I don't know if you were listening. Um, oh yeah, yeah. I'm reading what you wrote. Yeah, I understand. This is a small game. This is a subset of your work. I totally understand that you don't want to add a lot of things to this specific game, but just the notion, the notion that you are thrown back completely on the environment that you are, it's very nice. It's I'm not calling it a game mechanic, because I don't think it's considered a game mechanic, but this concept of where is where you are is not exactly the place. I cannot explain. Only playing the game you can sense this. But yeah. Oh, right now, and I think it's important to say. Let me get this, because I need to. Because you are a very good friend of mine, I will need to say this. Follow Gonçalo, because this guy, people, this guy is making something really special. I will share too, because I don't want you to brag about it, because you don't need to brag about it. You need people to brag about it, because it makes perfect sense for me. After, I don't know, I've been talking for 4 hours, pro- uh, like straight 4 hours, almost, and I've talked about procedural generation, which is funny because your game is the opposite of it, but at the same time I've talked about pixel art and auto tiling and tiling, and again, your game, pixel art, and I don't think that you are making a lot of tiling, right? You are not using tiling for anything, probably. Check this out, guys. This is so pretty. It's like mixturing. It's the mixture of things. We are talking about pixel art, which is something that I really, really, really like, and and at the same time we are talking about sci-fi or more like cyberpunk, cyberpunkish style. Let me see. I'm afraid it's a little bit louder. I don't know. Let me see. Dude, I want to play your game. You know it. First time that I heard about Massive Galaxy was on my job, my day job. I was doing training session about Unity, and Gonzalo was one of the attendees. And last day I asked for ideas or stuff that people were making, and Gonzalo was not very eager to share at first, but I was so hyped when he showed me, when he showed to the whole group the game. I was like, dude, release something. You remember us saying release something? You have to release something. Um, but uh, but yeah, and I understand that there is no tiling right now because the game lives a lot by his uh, pixel art scenes. It's like very sorry. It's very much about composition, and I'm talking about no knowledge about the development of the game, or almost no knowledge. I'm just saying things that I'm following, and you see these kinds of scenes. This, you are not going you are not going to waste time tiling one of these scenes. You don't need to tile, okay? This is like perfect as it is. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's look like if we analyze in this point of view, I love pixel art. I love cyberpunk, and I love sci-fi, and I love. I'm not saying that the game is cyberpunk, because at the end it's not only about aesthetics. You need to play something or to watch something, but this give, for instance, for me, the background, it's like cyberpunk all over it. um, but and the fact that it's a point and click game. I've spent so many hours playing Broken Sword, and I know Broken Sword is not the most acclaimed point and click game ever. But there is one game that we talked about it right after Gonzalo showed me the game. It was Beneath a Still Sky. And when I see Massive Galaxy, I think automatically about this game. And bear in mind, the graphics are really different, and we are talking about a very old game, but with a specific graphic notion, which is this is a mixture between pixel art and common art per se, because this is, if you see the characters, they are made with the intent of pixel art, because you need to the motion, but the background is a image. It's a image which I cannot consider pixel art, because it's only have low resolution, but that's not the definition of pixel art. Yeah, I can see some inspiration on Massive Galaxy, but in the end, I need to play it. I need to play it to make sense of the things that you've learned and the thing that you want to share with the world. I'm really, really, really eager to play your game, and I know this is. I'm only making making pressure on something that is not supposed to be pressured because it's your baby. You are the one that decides when you want to release the game. But yeah, I would really like to play it. Okay, I will. Let me just. I will send you from my phone probably, which should be most intelligent thing to do right now. 1 second. Let's see if I don't mess with this. So yeah, let me show the. If you want, guys, if you want to share something, a game that you are developing, some art that you like, share. You are welcome to share anything. We are talking about game engines, and I have some questions to Gonçalo, which is the creator of Massive Galaxy, and I will ask him some questions about game engines too. Let me see. Just sending something. Okay. I'm not yet accustomed to the. Okay, okay. See you soon. I'm not yet accustomed to the Twitch ever present or ever connected on my screen, so it's really strange for me to. I have to always pay attention what I'm showing on screen, even because it's not like I want to hide something, but you always have to protect something from the from everybody. I think. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. My setup for streaming is not. Bye, Gonçalo. See you later. Thank you. Um, my setup is not yet fully okay-ish for the streaming purpose. So right now, for instance, I opened the notification bar. Probably a bad idea. Okay. But yeah. Okay. So s- let's talk a little bit more. Wait, I think I lost my mouse. No. Game engines. Game engines. I don't know if you have, guys, if you have something to add to the conversation about game engines. I would be more than pleased to talk and to discuss some things. So if you have something to add. Go for it. Oh, so there is this new game. Okay, let's see about this game. Lisa. Have you heard about this game? Like, sorry. This is so strange. This game, which is. Sorry. Let's see on Steam Spy something about the Lisa game. Hmm. Okay, strange. I cannot find. Probably because the game is not yet indexed. No, this is the game. What? Okay, so this is the image of the game, and if I look closely, yeah, this is the image of the game, the cover, but the game is nothing like that. I want to see. Hmm. I was expecting a little bit more owners. The game was on sale. I lost the sale of this game because I didn't knew about it. But yeah, the game. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know if the game is good or not. Because it was reviewed or it was featured in a donkey video on YouTube, and I well, let me see how much donkey. I'm not going to play the video because I don't want to do anything wrong. This video has 1.5 million views. It was made 3 days ago, 2 days ago, and it was released in the end of 2014. And the game is there is so much moments of pure joy. It's so strange. And again, this is a pixel art game and a platformer of such. Come on. This is really, really, really strange game. I'm curious about this, but at the same time, look, people start to when you see a new game, you always try to compare to other games, and already there are people saying that this is going to be new the new what's the name? Undertale. I haven't played Undertale. I've read about it, even in the development point of view, which is really, really interesting because um, there is this notion that a game to be good, some people think that a game to be good, or in the end, a game is meant to be played. It's not to be meant to be sold or meant to be good or meant to be art. The 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 objective of a game is to be created to be played. Okay, and we can discuss about the meaning of playing, or the meaning of what a game is, etc. But your game is good or is great if a lot of people play it, right? Not that a YouTuber makes a video about it. And Undertale, it's a good game. I haven't played it, but it's a good game. Not because it sells a lot of copies, digital copies, but because a lot of people played it. Like, a lot of people played it, and the music of the game is it's good. And I think even if I haven't played the game, I can say for sure that the music is good because I've heard the music. Um, but the graphics of the game, nope, they are not good by a long shot. This this scene, this visual presentation, and I'm no pixel artist. I'm no pixel artist. I probably couldn't do it better, but I know that the result would not be a good product visually. The pixel art is not good. It isn't good at all. But the thing is, and it's a shame for me, but in the end, the player usually doesn't care about the pixel art. It cares about the art, of course, but if it's correctly placement of the pixels is there or not, they don't care. If the colors have a nice balance, if the tiles make sense, they don't care. They just want to play, and if the game makes them play a little bit more, the game is good. There are people with hundreds and hundreds of hours in Undertale. So I think that Undertale is a good game. Okay, but some people say that a good game can only be achieved if, and this was like old school mentality. A good game should could only be made if you create your game engine. Just to pulling back to the point of the topic, and Undertale is made with Game Maker. Let me show you the proof by Toby Fox. Yeah, and yeah, I was impressed. I will not lie. I wouldn't lie about it. I was really, really, really impressed. And you can ask me why you were impressed. The game's graphics are not as good as it could be, and the gameplay this or that. Well, I haven't played the game, so I only can judge things that I can perceive, and the only thing that I can perceive is graphics because I've seen the game, I've seen people playing it, so not only screenshots, and because I've heard the music like almost non-stop for a while, but the game mechanics I haven't played. Even if I see a lot of people playing the game, I haven't played. I don't know if the game is fun, but in the end, the game probably doesn't care. The developer probably doesn't care if you think the game is fun or not. He made the game and people played the game a lot. So it's a good game, and it's a game made with commonly known as a bad game engine, which is so wrong. I could show you the showcase of games made in Game Maker, but I only need to show you one game that shows that the game engine. I could say, oh, this game shows that the game engine has a lot of potential, or it's a great game engine to make successfully make successfully a game. which would be a lie because the game engine doesn't make your game. You are the one that's making the game. So, what I'm about to say is that this proves that you can make whatever you want with whatever game engine that you have, or even your game engine. It doesn't. People don't care. If you reach your audience, people don't care. Nobody is going to buy your game because you made it in Game Maker or because you made it in Godot. There are some crazy people or some really good friends, crazy people and good friends that would buy your game because reasons not like wanting to play the game or enjoying playing the game. But in the end, who cares about it? So, showcase. I can show you other games made with it. I can show you nuclear throw. You probably know about Nuclear Throne. Funny enough, this game in my country is not very known, other than the indie dev community. Which, well, by the way, this game is very well known by the indie dev community all around the world because it is made by a very well-known indie company, Vlambeer, by the Remy, and the other half of Vlambeer that I don't know right now, but I can check because it's not cool not to mention. Yeah, that's why I didn't. Yeah, that's why I didn't know the name. Sorry, Jean Willem Nijman. I don't know if that's the name. That's the way to say the name. But yeah, they made this game and other games that you probably know. But this game is made with Game Maker, and it's like a very interesting game regarding mechanics, regarding pace. Most of all is pace. It's a very fast-paced game, and it's a pity that I don't usually play very fast-paced games because I could not experience this game in a in best way possible. You see, this game is good because it's played by a lot of guys, and in this case, what I can see is that the this image doesn't change well, but graphically the game is on point. Even stuff that doesn't nobody cares about this. Nobody cares is something that I do care a lot with pixel art games. Is that this game is truly pixel art, and because they reduced the resolution of the game while developing it, and then they scale it to the screen that you have. So when you see a pixel on the screen, it's going to be the same size everywhere, which it's something that is not always present on other games, like one that I really like this game, okay, and I've played it, and I know for sure that this is a good game because it sold like I think more than 1 million copies, which is Stardew Valley. And Stardew Valley is a fun example of a really nice looking pixel art reminiscent of Harvest Moon. Really nice. The same technique was applied. Paint well, not the same technique, but there is a scale of everything, but sometimes you see something in a game in pixel art that makes you think about, is it really pixel art, or is it really correctly scaled pixel art? And my answer is, well, it's not. Because in these images that I'm showing you, if you look to the environment, you don't see anything else but pixels with the same size. You could see, perhaps, if we had some other elements showing, because it's not the only place that I'm going to say. But the thing that grinds my gears, so to speak, is the fishing pole line. Yeah, this is not pixel art. I know that this game was scaled, of course, because you see pixels, but there are things that they don't respect the pixel art rules, so to speak. It's not bad, but it's something that I always question, because this for me doesn't make sense. Like a super thin line, and then you have these chunky blocks. But yeah, the game is really, really, really good. And you can say that it's not original. No, it's not anything original in Stardew Valley. It's the context of the game that is so original. We haven't had a proper Harvest Moon like game for a long time. And then you get some guy wants to do that, wants to have a game, and decides that, yeah, I will make the game that I want to play. That is magic, okay? If you play, if you play a game that you made, and you get enjoyment from it, or if you make a game that you want to play and you play it, with the inverse thing, that's magical. It's only that. But yeah, but it's not perfect pixel art because I'm here to bash on one single thing that I don't like about Stardew Valley, when the game is everything else. It's like really, really, really good. So I don't know if probably I will go eat something. It's been 4 hours and 23 minutes of streaming. We started with Binding of Isaac, talking about the type of games, talking about procedural generation, and then we went to auto-tiling, pixel art, talked a little bit about Massive Galaxy. We need to talk more about it. Game engines for a while, and it was it. Right now, I don't know if Stardew Valley was made on any specific game engine. Hmm. Okay. XNA. This is really, really, really curious. XNA is more like a framework for C Sharp development than a game engine per se. I think. I think it can be arguable, but really, really strange. And then you have the RPG Maker, and I don't want to bash on a game engine. I don't know. My opinion can be very different from the past when I saw RPG Maker, and I used it for a while. Um, and I know that some things changed a lot through the years, but I don't know, guys. RPG Maker, my opinion, back in the days was RPG Maker is like other frameworks for gaming. They don't serve my purpose fully because they have limitations or they have specific implementations. But to be honest, it was the only game engine or game IDE because it's so strange. It was strange back in the days. You could do a lot of things like because this is specific or it was specific for RPGs or for classic RPGs, top-down ones or 2.5D games, and it was okay. It's fine, but making something outside the box was not easy, or it was not possible at some point. Then it growed, grew a lot, but in the end, my opinion is that if you see a tool, because these things are tools, this is not anything that you have to stick for the rest of your life or something like that. These are only tools, and if you see that the RPG Maker is the tool that fits your needs, go for it. Use it. I don't care if you make a game of it, if you make people playing it. It doesn't care if you sell the game or if you give it for free. If people plays your game, it's so much better than anything else. And if people enjoying playing your game over and over, that should be perfect. Of course, some person has to eat and all that, but that's not objective. Again, that's not objective of the game. And we can argue a little bit more about it, but yeah. But in the end, there is only one thing that I should say about RPG Maker, which is I think that the most money, and this can be said to a lot of game engines, but RPG Maker is so specific because it's a RPG game engine. Well, I think it's solely RPG. But I think that one part of the buyers of RPG Maker are people that want to do an RPG or an MMO RPG because of the growing playing games like Pokemon or Zelda or etc. And they want to make a game like that, so they buy RPG Maker hoping that they could make the game like easily. And I think this branding, this kind of clientele of these kinds of consumers that RPG Maker have, it's only based on the dream of making the game, which can be said to Game Maker too, because Game Maker it was branded as being the easier way of making games. But RPG Maker, I don't know, probably because it's RPG on the name, and because I saw some guys in my past buying RPG Maker because they wanted to make the new Pokemon without trying to make something by themselves, you know, by putting your hands on the dough. uh, I don't know. This is highly arguable, but it's only my opinion. Use the tool that you want to use. Nobody cares if you make a game out of it, and if people play your game, you have part of the success. If you want to sell your game, of course, the other party is getting money from your game. Okay, as easy as that. Well, guys, if you don't have any more topics that you want to discuss, I think I will go eat something because it has been 4.5 hours, which is my this is my second official live stream, and my first one was yesterday. So and my first one was 1 hour and a half, and this one is 4 hours and 30 minutes. So I think I don't want to overdone this, but of course, if you have something interesting for me to show you or for me to discuss, I will keep a little bit longer. If not, well, no problem. Just checking the viewers. I'm always curious with the viewers if they streamed sometimes or not, because this for me is not, this is only a way of having a conversation. Okay, this is not for me to have a career of this I'm not even a game developer. Well, not yet. I'm a I'm a developer. I'm not even comfortable sometimes speaking about the work that I do daily. Not because it's bad, of course. If it's because it's so outside the scope of what I usually share online. Because I work with mobile applications and with Windows applications, and it's nothing like game dev. And when I share something about game dev, there is always somebody that assumes that I'm working on that area, which I'm not. So yeah. Can I see the stats? Very nice. I have I have to learn so much about Twitch if I want to do this for a while. Funny. If I duplicate the dashboard, am am I considered a viewer? Hopefully not, because this is a little bit depressing. Be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Well, you'll never see the viewer that is watching without Twitch login, so you can only see the number of viewers. But yeah, I don't think so. Okay, this is nice. So probably one thing that I could make to is the conversation, because there are some people that don't want to log in um, on Twitch, or because they cannot. I don't know why they cannot, but it's their lives. I don't care. One thing that I could do is like when prompting a question or a subject or to pick something, I could probably create a website, really simple website, just for you guys to vote on the topic that you want to hear more, or even to write about it. I don't know. Well, you can always send me on Twitter, so I will write it down just so that you know my Twitter handler. If you have any questions, you can talk with me, no problem. And I haven't set the information for the page, but yeah, we at its time I will do it. Let me close this. I can do probably. Oh, the game is still playing. Okay. Yeah. This is funny. This game that I'm doing, it's for the purpose of learning how to work with Godot and comparing with Unity. It's funny. There is this bug that it's not as much as a bug as something that it wasn't yet implemented. But when the ball drops above the screen, it's going to respawn. It's going to instantiate another ball. Every time that you hit the pedal, you get a point, a set of points, and the walls, same thing. But the pedal is 2 points, the walls is 1 point in each click. When the ball goes outside, the boundaries in this case is below the pedal. The score doesn't reset, and you'd think that this would work a little bit like Unity. When the game is in background, the game stops, right? Well, let me show you something. The game is not stopping. I can see in the preview. The game is continuing running and running and running. And sometimes, and I've captured this, I've seen this before, I haven't captured it on camera. Sometimes, because this is random, there was a time that the randomness was so close, the degree of randomness of the spawn was so close to zero, that the game was playing and always bouncing, which is a lot more points than waiting the ball to drop. And I checked the thumbnail and the ball was like up and down, up and down, up and down, which is, let me see if the first drop is like this. No, it's not. It was like a huge number of for the score, which is that's something that you never want in a breakout game, is the degree of the vector. You don't want ever the degree or the axis of the vector to be one number and the other zero, because if it's zero in one of them, well, if it's zero in one of them or the two of them, you are going to have a bad time. You don't want that. If it's x, the velocity of the ball, if it's x0 and y0, this means that the ball is stopped in the midair because there is no velocity applied to it. And bear in mind, don't confuse velocity with acceleration. In this case, if you add 0, the vector x0, y0 for acceleration, the ball would have the speed already before the applied acceleration. But in this case, velocity 0, 0 will make your ball stop in the air, which is a really strange phrase if you think about it. Your ball will stop in the air. Strange. And you don't want 0 in any axis, because if you have like 1 0, like x1 x1 and y0, it means that the ball is it's going like the pedal is like going horizontally to the right, and when it's going to bounce on the wall, it's going to the back, and then the ball is stuck in midair, but not stuck like velocity 0, but it's going to bounce back and forward without ever touching the pedal again. So your score is going to be enormous. So bear in mind that it's really hard to achieve a 0 axis on this game, but it can happen. And talking about glitches in games and speedruns and all that stuff, there are some glitches that you will not have a good time providing those. What? Something strange happened. It was me. But yeah, if it's the axis is like x0 y1, the ball is going to drop vertically. So if the pedal is present and it's completely perpendicular to the motion, it's going to infinitely bounce back and forward. You see, this ball is it's dangerously close to x something y0 situation, and I could try to but yeah. Well, guys, I think for now I will make a break. Thank you so much for being with me today and with us. And if you want to see something specific on the stream, just ask. Go to Twitter, ask me. You are welcome to share anything and to give criticism. and yeah, thank you so much. Probably I will come back later, but I'm not sure yet. I think I will say something on Twitter. Bye, guys. Thank you so much.